Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What Ifs. So in this video, we will see, what if Izuku was the reincarnation of Odin and got harem of all Valkyrie warriors? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. Brynhildr. The air in the unforeseen simulation joint was thick with the scent of ozone, blood, and manufactured rain. For Izuku Midoriya, it was the smell of abject failure. Powerlessness was a taste he knew well, a bitter, coppery tang that had coated his tongue for 15 years. But this was different. This was not the sting of a playground bully's taunt or the hollow ache of a doctor's diagnosis. This was the crushing, absolute finality of watching a good man be broken. Shota Aizawa, his homeroom teacher, the pro-hero Eraserhead, lay in a crimson pool at the bottom of the central plaza stairs. His arm was bent at an impossible angle, his face a brutalized mask of flesh and bone. The thing that had done it, a monstrous creature with an exposed brain and dead, bird-like eyes, stood over him. Its hulking form a silhouette of pure dread. Izuku's every muscle screamed, a symphony of terror and inadequacy. He was frozen, a statue of fear, huddled by the water's edge with Tsuyu Asui and Minoru Mineta. His mind, usually a whirlwind of analysis and strategy, was a whiteout of static. He had a plan. He always had a plan. Analyze, strategize, find a weakness. But what was the weakness of a god? The creature, this, Nomu, had shrugged off Aizawa's quirk. It had matched All Might in speed and power, according to the lanky, pale-haired man who called himself Tamura Shigaraki. It was a purpose-built hero killer. And All Might wasn't here. It's over, you NPCs, Shigaraki rasped, his voice a grating scratch that scraped at the inside of Izuku's skull. He was scratching his neck again. Flakes of dry skin dusting the shoulder of his black shirt. The final boss isn't here to save you. So, I guess we'll just have to break his favorite toys to make him appear. Kurogiri, the warp gate villain made of swirling purple-black mist, materialized beside him. Shigaraki Tamura, perhaps we should reconsider. We cannot locate All Might, and we have taken heavy losses. To linger would be unwise. Shut up, Shigaraki snapped, his red eyes fixated on the three students. Specifically, on Izuku. We're not leaving empty-handed. Let's kill some kids. That'll tarnish his precious symbol. The world narrowed to a pinprick. Every instinct, every fiber of Izuku's being that had ever dreamed of being a hero, ignited in a blaze of desperate self-immolation. He couldn't fight. He had no quirk, no power to offer. He was a liability, a fragile piece of glass in a world of steel. But he could not, would not, stand by and watch his friends die. As Shigaraki's hand, all 5 fingers outstretched, lunged for Tsuyu's face, a primal scream ripped itself from Izuku's throat. It was not a call for help or a cry of fear. It was a roar of defiance against the universe itself, against his own pathetic weakness. He moved. His legs, trembling and weak, propelled him forward, an insignificant gnat charging a titan. He saw it all in stark, hyper-real slow motion. Mineta's terrified squeal, Tsuyu's wide, accepting eyes, Shigaraki's sickening, triumphant grin, Kurogiri's misty form shifting in surprise. And the Nomu, it moved with a speed that defied its bulk. One moment it was over Aizawa. The next it was a wall of dark purple muscle directly in Izuku's path. A fist the size of a cinder block swung towards him, not with malice, but with the simple, dismissive efficiency of a man swatting a fly. This was it, the end. His story wasn't even a footnote. It was a single, pathetic, erased word. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, All Might. I couldn't be a hero. And then, something broke. It was not bone. It was not flesh. It was a dam, ancient and weathered, deep within the core of his soul. A pressure that had been building for millennia, through lifetimes he couldn't remember but suddenly felt. Burst forth in a cataclysm of light and sound and pain. A headache, blinding and absolute, split his skull. It was not a normal pain. It felt as if his very consciousness was being torn open and rewritten. A torrent of images, memories that were not his own, flooded the void. A snow-swept battlefield under a sky of bruised purple, littered with giants and wolves. A colossal tree whose branches cradled 9 distinct worlds, its roots gnawing at the fabric of existence. A single, piercing blue eye, wise and weary, staring into the Ginunga gap, the yawning abyss of creation. Sacrificing sight for a knowledge so profound it was a curse. The phantom pain was the worst. He felt a searing, ghostly agony in his right eye socket, as if something had been plucked from it an eternity ago. He felt the cold steel of a spear in his hand, a weapon that felt more like a limb than a tool. He heard a name whispered on the cosmic winds, a name that was his own, yet not his own. Odin. The world snapped back into focus. The Nomu's fist was an inch from his face. Time, which had seemed to stretch and warp, was running out. But time was a river, and he now stood at its source. A guttural word, ancient and powerful, tore from Izuku's lips. It was a language he had never learned, yet knew better than his own name. Thurisaz, a glyph of jagged, incandescent gold, flared into existence in the air between him and the monster. It was a rune of chaotic, destructive force, a thorn of pure cosmic will. The Nomu's fist impacted the rune, and for the first time, the creature's momentum was not just stopped, but violently rejected. A shockwave of golden energy erupted outwards, cracking the plaza floor and blasting a wave of displaced air that sent Shigaraki and Kurogiri tumbling backward. The Nomu itself was thrown back a dozen feet, landing with a heavy thud that shook the facility. It looked at its fist, a flicker of what might have been confusion in its dead eyes. Nothing had ever stopped it before. Izuku stood in the epicenter of the blast, untouched. His body trembled, not from fear, but from a power so immense it threatened to tear his mortal frame apart. It was like trying to contain a supernova in a glass jar. His green hair was flickering with motes of golden light. His freckled face was set in a mask of grim, ancient authority. But the most terrifying change was his eyes. His wide, innocent emerald eyes were gone. In their place were orbs of piercing, luminous blue, radiating an intensity that seemed to see not just the world, but the tapestry of fate behind it. And the right eye blazed with the brilliance of a star, a beacon of raw, untamed power. What was that? Shigaraki stammered, scrambling to his feet, scratching his neck with a feverish intensity. What is this? A new player, a hidden quirk. This wasn't in the data. Kurogiri was equally stunned. I do not know. The boy was listed as quirkless. This energy, it does not register as any known quirk factor. It feels primordial. Izuku barely heard them. The symphony in his soul was deafening. He felt the pulse of the earth beneath his feet, the hum of the artificial lights above, the faint, terrified heartbeats of his classmates scattered throughout the USJ. He could feel the threads of their lives, faint and shimmering. And he could feel the grotesque, stitched-together wrongness of the Nomu. It was a perversion, a mockery of life, its thread a tangled, ugly knot of stolen souls. His right hand clenched, and the air beside him shimmered. Golden light bled from a tear in reality, coalescing, hardening, taking form. A spear, nearly 7 feet long, materialized in his grip. The shaft was carved from a wood that seemed to drink the light, etched with a spiraling filigree of glowing runes. The head was a blade of impossible sharpness, a sliver of a captured star that hummed with a terrible, silent purpose. Gingnir, the declaring wand, the spear that never missed its mark, for its path was not a matter of physics but of destiny. He lifted his head, his gaze falling upon the Nomu, which was already charging again, its mindless rage overriding the flicker of confusion. "You are an abomination," Izuku said, and his voice was a terrifying harmony of a scared teenager and an ancient, weary king. It resonated not in the air, but in the very bones of those who heard it. A violation of the cycle. You will be unmade. He did not throw the spear. He simply thrust it forward. The distance between him and the Charg, Nomu, a good 30 feet, became irrelevant. Space bent. Reality warped. One moment, Gingnir was in his hand. The next, its gleaming tip had pierced the center of the Nomu's chest, not with a spray of blood, but with an explosion of silent, golden light. The creature's shock absorption, its regeneration, its immense physical strength, they were all meaningless. Gingnir was not a physical weapon in that moment. It was a conceptual one. It did not injure the Nomu. It declared that the Nomu was no longer to exist. A second rune flared into life on the creature's chest, carved by the spear's impact. Fehu, the rune of cattle, of wealth, of primal beginnings. But in its inverse, invoked with destructive intent, it was the rune of absolute entropy. Unraveling. The Nomu didn't scream. It simply dissolved. The dark purple flesh turned to gray dust, the unnatural muscles crumbled into ash, the exposed brain flaked away into nothingness. Within 3 seconds, the monster that had defeated a pro-hero and was built to kill the symbol of peace was a pile of fine, sterile dust on the plaza floor, swirling in the faint breeze. Gingnur, its task complete, dematerialized from the dust cloud and reappeared in Izuku's hand. Silence. A profound, deafening, holy silence descended upon the USJ. The low-level villains scattered throughout the zones, who had been fighting the other students, stopped dead. They stared, mouths agape, at the empty space where the invincible monster had been. Suyu and Mineta, who had been bracing for their own deaths, stared at the back of their classmate, this being, who radiated a power that felt older and more terrifying than the villains they faced. Aizawa, struggling to lift his head from his own blood, could only stare. His quirk erased Nari linked to a person's biological factor. He knew, with a chilling certainty that went beyond his professional experience, that whatever he had just witnessed was not a quirk. It was something else entirely. Something alien. Shigaraki was trembling, but it was no longer with rage. It was with a pure, existential terror. He was a gamer in a world of rules and stats, and someone had just entered. The server with the developer console open. Cheat, he whispered, his voice cracking. That's a cheat. A fucking cheat code. What are you? What are you? He shrieked, his voice echoing in the cavernous building. Izuku turned his head, his blazing eyes locking onto Shigaraki. He felt no anger, no hatred, only a vast, weary pity. He saw the broken child beneath the layers of rage and decay, a soul twisted and gnarled by another's malevolence. He saw the hand of his true enemy, a hand that had been moving pieces on the board for centuries. But before he could speak, the doors to the USJ were blasted open. I am here. The voice was a thunderclap of hope, a sound that had reassured a nation for decades. All Might stood at the top of the stairs, his signature smile fixed on his face. But the smile faltered, melting away as his eyes took in the scene. He saw Aizawa, broken and bleeding. He saw his students, terrified. He saw the villains, recoiling not from him, but from young Midoriya. He saw the dust on the floor, and felt the lingering, alien residue of a power that made the embers of One for All within him feel like a flickering candle next to a sun. He saw the glowing SP, ear in Izuku's hand and the stellar fire in his eyes, and his blood ran cold. Young Midoriya, he breathed, his voice laced with a confusion so deep it bordered on fear. Izuku's new senses, however, were screaming a different warning. Something was coming, not from the door, not from the villains. From everywhere, a pressure began to build in the USJ, a palpable weight that made the air feel thick as honey. The artificial lights flickered and died, plunging the facility into the dim twilight of its own simulated sky. A low, ethereal hum filled the space, a sound like 1,000 crystal glasses ringing in unison. In the center of the plaza, directly between Izuku and All Might, the air began to shimmer. A vertical line of brilliant, silver-white light appeared, thin as a razor's edge. It widened, splitting the air itself, tearing a hole not in space, but in the veil between worlds. It was not a warp gate like Kurogiri's, his was a crude manipulation of space. This was a surgical incision into the fabric of reality. From the tear, a column of light descended, bathing the plaza in an otherworldly glow. Everyone, hero and villain alike, shielded their eyes. The power radiating from it was immense. But unlike Izuku's volatile, chaotic awakening, this was controlled, focused, and utterly resolute. It felt like the concept of duty given form. The light receded, and a figure stood in its place. It was a woman, tall and regal, clad in exquisitely crafted silver armor that seemed to be woven from moonlight and steel. A swan-winged helmet rested on her head, from which a saw's cade of hair the color of spun gold fell down her back. In one hand, she held a round shield that shone with a soft, internal light, and in the other, a spear that was a simpler, more martial cousin to the one Izuku held. But it was her face that commanded attention. It was a face of breathtaking, severe beauty, with high cheekbones, a strong jaw, and eyes the color of a winter sky. It was a face built for battle and command, etched with an ancient sorrow and an unbreakable loyalty. She took one look at the scene, the defeated villains, the injured hero, the symbol of peace standing in shock. Then, her piercing blue eyes fell upon Izuku. Recognition dawned in her expression. The severe, warrior's mask on her face shattered, replaced by an expression of such profound, soul-shaking relief that it was heart-wrenching to behold. Her composure, forged in eons of battle, crumbled. The shield and spear dematerialized in flashes of light. With a grace that defied her armored form, she crossed the remaining distance and dropped to one knee before Izuku Midoriya. She bowed her head, her golden hair pooling on the cracked concrete. Her voice, when she spoke, was clear and strong, yet it led with the weight of an age of waiting. It rang through the silent dome, a pronouncement that would forever alter the course of history. "My lord," she said, her voice echoing with absolute devotion. "The long vigil is over. I sensed your reawakening. I am Brynhildr, first of your shield maidens. My shield and my life are yours to command, now and forever." She looked up, her winter sky eyes locking with Izuku's blazing blue ones. And with a reverence that silenced the world, she uttered the title that sealed their fate. All-Father. The silence that followed was a physical thing, a crushing weight of disbelief. All Might's jaw was slack. All-Father. Valkyries. These were words from myth, from the pre-Quirk-era storybooks his own mother had read to him. This was not possible. Shigaraki's scratching stopped, his mind, already reeling, simply short-circuited. He began to giggle, a high, unhinged sound of a man who had seen the game board flipped over and set on fire. "Nope. I'm done. This game is bugged. Kurogiri, get us out of here. Now. This is a broken event. Respawn. I want to respawn." Kurogiri, for his part, needed no encouragement. The combined power signatures of the boy god and the warrior maiden were setting his own warp quirk on edge, making his misty form feel unstable. He enveloped the panicked Shigaraki and the few remaining villains and vanished without a word, leaving behind only the lingering scent of ozone and madness. Izuku simply stared down at the kneeling woman. Brynhildr. The name resonated deep within him, unlocking another sliver of memory. He saw her leading a charge of winged warriors across a rainbow bridge, her war cry a song of glorious death. He saw her defiant face as she was punished, ringed by a circle of fire on a lonely mountaintop. For a crime of compassion. He felt a pang of ancient, familiar guilt. Brynhildr, he whispered, the name feeling natural on his tongue. He reached out a trembling hand, still glowing with residual power, and gently touched her shoulder. "Rise. The time for kneeling is long past." She looked up, a tear tracing a path of clean silver down her dusty cheek. She nodded, her expression one of pure, unadulterated joy, and rose to her feet. She stood at his side, a half step behind him, her posture immediately shifting to that of a guardian. Her gaze swept over the USJ, assessing threats, her warrior instincts taking over. Her eyes lingered for a moment on the bleeding form of Aizawa, a flicker of professional sympathy in her gaze, before settling on the stunned figure of All Might at the top of the stairs. It was at that moment that the rest of the UA staff burst through the doors. Present Mike, Smintos, Midnight, and at the very back, a small, white-furred figure in a sharp suit. Principal Nezu. His beady black eyes took in the entire tableau in a single, sweeping glance. He saw the defeated villains, the injured Aizawa, the terrified students, the confused but relieved All Might. And he saw the epicenter of it all, his most unassuming, quirkless student, Izuku Midoriya, glowing with an impossible power, a mythical spear in his hand, and a literal angel of war. From the pages of mythology standing guard at his side, another man might have panicked. Another man might have been terrified. Nezu's lips curved into a tiny, thoughtful smile. The world had just changed. The very definition of power had been rewritten. The carefully constructed balance of heroes, villains, and governments, built on the foundation of quirks, had just been rendered utterly, fascinatingly obsolete. This was not a problem. This was the most interesting puzzle he had been presented with in his entire life. The debriefing room was stark white, designed for interrogations. It felt sterile, impersonal, and utterly inadequate for the reality-breaking situation it was currently hosting. Izuku sat at a simple metal table, Gingnur leaning against the chair beside him. The spear refused to leave his side, dematerializing if anyone else tried to touch it and reappearing in his hand. Brynhildr stood behind him, her arms crossed, her stance relaxed but radiating a lethal readiness. She had refused to leave his side, stating calmly that her place was with the All-Father and that she would level the building if they tried to separate them. Nezu, to everyone's surprise, had simply nodded and allowed it. Across the table sat Nezu, All Might now in his skeletal, deflated form, and a grim-faced Aizawa, his arms and head now heavily bandaged. They had been there for over an hour, the silence punctuated only by the principal's occasional, thoughtful sipping of tea. Izuku felt fractured. The immense, cosmic power was still thrumming under his skin, a caged star. But the tide of Odin's memories had receded, leaving him feeling like himself again, only more. He was Izuku Midoriya, the scared, analytical boy. But he was also Odin, the All-Father, the Seeker of Knowledge, the King of Asgard. The two identities swirled within him, a confusing, terrifying cocktail of mortal anxiety and divine certainty. So, Nezu began, setting his teacup down with a soft click. Let us begin with the obvious. Midoriya-kun, you are not quirkless. Izuku swallowed, his throat dry. I am. The doctors, the tests, I have the extra toe joint. I don't have a quirk factor. Indeed, Nezu said, his intelligent eyes gleaming. We ran a scan on you in the infirmary while you were being checked over. Your biology remains, for all intents and purposes, that of a quirkless human. Which makes what transpired today all the more paradigm-shifting. This power, what do you call it? The answer came to him, unbidden, a whisper from the ancient part of his soul. It is Ser, runic magic, the power to see, shape, and impose one's will upon the threads of reality. All Might choked on his own breath, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Magic, you're claiming this is, literal magic. It is as good a word as any in your modern tongue. Brynhildr spoke for the first time, her voice cool and measured. Your quirks are but a faint, chaotic echo of the energies that once flowed freely through Midgard. What the All-Father wields is the source of that river. Midgard, Aizawa grunted, his voice rough with pain. You mean Earth. Brynhildr gave a slight, condescending tilt of her head. It is one of its names. Nezu steepled his paws, his gaze sharp. And you, Miss Brynhildr. You are a Valkyrie, a figure of Norse mythology. How is it you are here? We are bound to the All-Father. She explained simply. Our existence is tied to his. For ages, we have slumbered in the halls of Valhalla, a realm between realms, waiting. When his divine essence reawakened, in this vessel, she gestured to Izuku, the bond was reforged. The surge of his power was a clarion call that ripped me from my sleep. I was the first to hear it. The others will follow. Others. All Might's voice was strained. How many others? There are 13 of us in the Prime Choir, Brynhildr stated, as if discussing a class roster. 13. 13 beings of her caliber. The thought was staggering. A single Brynhildr could likely take on a dozen pro heroes. An army of them, led by a boy who could unmake monsters with a word, was a force that could topple nations. Nezu's focus returned to Izuku. Midoriya-kun, you mentioned memories. You are a reincarnation, then. Izuku nodded slowly, trying to piece together the fragmented visions. I think so. I don't have all of his memories. It's like a library where most of the books are burned. I get flashes, feelings, instincts. I knew Gingnir's name. I knew the runes. I knew her. He glanced back at Brynhildr, who offered a small, encouraging smile. But I don't know why this is happening now. Or what I'm supposed to do. What you are supposed to do is follow the law, Aizawa interjected, his voice flat and uncompromising. You used a power, an unregistered power, in a combat situation without a license. You executed a villain, regardless of its nature. In the eyes of the law, you are now a vigilante, and the ska. Law of your power makes you the most dangerous one on the planet. The law. Brynhildr's laughter was a short, sharp, metallic sound. Your mortal laws are quaint. The All-Father is the law. He is he arbiter of balance in the 9 realms. That stitched-together puppet was an affront to the natural order. He did not execute a villain. He cleansed a blight. That is not how our society works, Aizawa shot back, wincing as he shifted his weight. Enough, Nezu said, his voice quiet but firm, cutting off the argument. Aizawa-kun, you are correct from a legal standpoint. Brynhildr-san, you are correct from a cosmic one. The problem is that these two standpoints now exist in the same space, and they are fundamentally incompatible. Midoriya-kun is no longer just a student. He is, for all intents and purposes, a sovereign entity. Quote, the weight of that statement settled in the room. Izuku felt his stomach churn. A sovereign entity. He was just a kid who wanted to save people. All Might leaned forward, his expression pained. Paternal. Young Midoriya, Izuku. I chose you as my successor. To inherit one for all. What does this mean for that? For us. The question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken hopes and fears. Izuku looked at his idol, the man who had told him he could be a hero, and felt a profound sadness. That path was gone now. The power thrumming in his veins was not borrowed, not passed down. It was his, an inheritance from a life he didn't live, and it dwarfed even the might of one for all. I don't think I can take it, All Might, Izuku said, his voice barely a whisper. One for all is a noble power, a torch passed from one hero to the next. But this, he looked at his hands. This is a star. If I tried to hold your torch, I think I'd just incinerate it. And myself. I'm sorry. The agony on All Might's face was palpable. He had found his successor, only to lose him to a fate grander and more terrifying than he could have ever imagined. Nezu, ever the pragmatist, brought them back to the present. The political fallout from this will be considerable. The Hero Public Safety Commission will undoubtedly classify you as an SSS-class threat, Midoriya-kun. They will want to control you, contain you, or, if they believe it possible, eliminate you. The world's governments will be in an uproar. You have single-handedly destabilized the global power structure. Let them come, Brynhildr said, her voice a low growl. They will break themselves upon my shield before they lay a hand on him. That is a path that leads to war, Nezu countered calmly. And in a war between you and the world, there would be no winners, only degrees of annihilation. We need a different approach. For now, you will remain here, at UA. It is the safest place for you. We will claim what happened was the manifestation of a unique, latent quirk. It will buy us time. A lie, Izuku asked, the idea sitting poorly with him. A strategic obfuscation, Nezu corrected. Until you understand what you are, and what you want, broadcasting the existence of literal gods to a world that has only just grown accustomed to superheroes would be unwise. You need time, Midoriya-kun. Time to integrate your new reality. UA will provide that. Izuku looked down at the table, his mind a maelstrom. A hero. That's all he'd ever wanted to be. But the power he held was not that of a hero. It was the power of a king, a judge, a creator, and a destroyer. His dream felt small now, childish in the face of this cosmic reality. He was adrift in an ocean of destiny, and he didn't know how to swim. Okay, he said, his voice small. Okay, Principal Nezu. For now, we'll do it your way. Miles away, in a penthouse apartment overlooking the glittering neon sprawl of downtown Musudafu. A young man watched the news reports on a holographic screen. The reports were chaotic, fragmented, speaking of a villain attack at UA that was repelled. There were no clear images, no definitive statements. The official story was already being shaped. The man, whose name was Kai, was charismatic and handsome, with sharp features, intelligent green eyes that held a mischievous glint. And black hair he kept artfully messy. He wore a simple, expensive black suit with no tie. He took a slow sip from a glass of whiskey, the amber liquid catching the city lights. He hadn't needed the news, of course. He had felt it. Hours ago, a ripple had spread through the very fabric of the world, a shockwave of primordial power so immense and so familiar it had made him laugh out loud. It was like feeling the footsteps of a long-lost, insufferably predictable relative. He closed his eyes, extending his own senses, not through raw power, but through a delicate, intricate web of influence he had woven into the city's networks, both technological and metaphysical. He sifted through the chaotic energies, past the fear of the students, the fury of the villains, the shock of the heroes, and he found it. The epicenter. A signature of power as distinct as a fingerprint. Old, powerful, stuffy, and so very, very self-important. "Oh, you dramatic old goat," Kai murmured to the empty room, a wide, predatory smirk spreading across his face. Waking up in a schoolboy. How utterly pedestrian. He swirled the whiskey in his glass, watching the vortex. The world had grown so boring, so stagnant. A binary system of heroes and villains playing their parts in a tedious, unending stage play. The rules were rigid, the outcomes predictable. All Might's era of suffocating, saccharine peace had drained all the fun. All the beautiful, glorious chaos out of the world. But now the stage manager was back. The one who loved order, balance, and his precious, boring cycles. Nay, who would try to put everything back in its neat little box. Kai's smirk widened into a grin, showing a flash of perfectly white teeth. He could already feel the potential, the delicious possibilities. He would not let the world be locked into another age of Odin's dreary, predictable order. He would be the chaos to his order, the question to his answer. He would shatter the board and let the pieces fall where they may. He raised his glass in a mock toast to the city skyline. "The long sleep is over, All-Father," he whispered, his voice laced with venomous glee. "And this time, I won't let you make it boring." The game had begun. Chapter 2. Gondol. The sterile white of the observation room was a stark contrast to the storm raging within Izuku Midoriya's mind. For 3 days, he had been sequestered in this facility deep beneath UA High, a place usually reserved for the analysis of dangerous new quirks. It seemed fitting. He felt like a bomb that had already gone off, with Eve Ryon now cautiously studying the fallout. The room was comfortable. A soft bed, a small library of books chosen by Nezu, and a one-way mirror that hummed with a faint energy. He knew they were watching. He could feel their eyes, their fear, their frantic calculations. He was not alone. Brynhildr stood sentinel by the door, a silent, statuesque figure of gold and steel. She hadn't slept, eaten, or even sat down since her arrival. Her gaze, the color of a winter sky, was fixed on the reinforced door, as if daring the world to try and breach it. In this new, terrifying reality, her presence was the one solid thing Izuku could cling to. She was his shield maiden. His first. The very concept sent a tremor through his soul, a phantom echo of a life lived 1,000 years ago. The memories were the worst part. They came in flashes, unbidden and overwhelming. He'd close his eyes and see not the white walls of his room, but the star-dusted expanse of the Bifrost. He'd taste not the bland nutrient paste they provided, but the rich, honeyed flavor of mead from a golden horn. He'd feel the phantom weight of a missing eye, a constant, dull ache that was both his and not his at all. He remembered the name, Odin, not as a myth, but as a title, a burden, a name he had once answered to. He remembered the cold fury of creation and the quiet sorrow of prophecy. He was Izuku Midoriya, a quirkless, hopeful boy who dreamed of being a hero. He was also the All-Father, the Wanderer, the Hanged God, a being of cosmic power and ancient weariness. The two identities warred within his skull, a schizophrenic duel for control of his own thoughts. "You are quiet, my lord." Brynhildr's voice was like the tolling of a distant bell, resonant and clear. She hadn't turned, her posture unwavering. "Izuku." Yu ran a hand through his perpetually messy green hair. I don't know what to say. Every time I think I have a handle on this, I remember something else. Last night, I dreamt of a wolf so large it could swallow the sun. I felt proud of it, like a father watching his son. And I was terrified. Who am I, Brynhildr? Finally, she turned. Her expression, usually a mask of martial discipline, softened, with a sliver of something akin to pity. "You are Izuku Midoriya, and you are the All-Father. You are not one or the other. You are both, reborn. The memories will integrate in time. It is a violent process. A divine soul forging a mortal vessel anew. It will not break you. You are stronger than you know." Strong. Izuku scoffed, a bitter, unfamiliar sound. "At the USJ, I wasn't strong. I was a passenger. Something inside me woke up and it just acted. I felt its rage. It saw that creature, that Nomu, and felt nothing but contempt for its unnatural existence. It annihilated it. I didn't even know what I was doing. What if that happens again? What if I hurt someone? What if I hurt my friends? Brynhildr crossed the room in 3 silent strides, her armored boots making no sound on the sterile floor. She knelt before him, a gesture of such profound fealty it made Izuku's breath catch in his throat. It felt wrong. She was a legend, a warrior of impossible power, and he was, just Izuku. My purpose is to serve you, All-Father, she said, her voice low and unwavering. But it is also to protect you. Even from yourself. I will be your shield, not just against your enemies, but against the storm within. Your will is your own. The ancient power that flows through you is a weapon. You are the hand that wields it. We will teach you control. The word, we, hung in the air. We, Izuku asked. A rare, faint smile touched her lips. I am but the first. Your awakening was a beacon, a clarion call across the realms. The others will hear it. They will be drawn to you, one by one. The Valkyries are bound to the All-Father. Where you are, we must be. Before he could process the monumental implications of that statement, the reinforced door hissed open. Principal Nezu stood there, flanked by a weary-looking Aizawa and a grim All Might in his skeletal form. Midoriya, my boy, Nezu began, his beady eyes gleaming with an unreadable intelligence. I hope your accommodations have been satisfactory. We have visitors. In a cold, sterile boardroom high in the gleaming skyscraper that served as the headquarters for the Hero Public Safety Commission, the president sat at the head of a long, obsidian table. Her face, a mask of severe lines and calculated calm, was projected onto a dozen screens across the country. On the main screen before her was a crystal-clear, slow-motion replay of the USJ incident. The footage was raw, terrifying. It showed a green-haired boy, his arm broken and useless, standing before a bioengineered monstrosity. Then, the explosion of golden light. The spear, Gingnir, materializing from nothing. The runes that flared to life, not as part of a quirk, but as fundamental laws of reality being rewritten. The Nomu, a beast that could trade blows with all might, wasn't just defeated, it was unmade, erased from existence with an expression of cold, ancient fury on the boy's face. Analysis. The president's voice was sharp, cutting through the tense silence. A man in a lab coat, his face pale, cleared his throat. Ma'am, we've run every analysis possible. The energy signature is unlike anything on record. It's not a quirk. It doesn't draw from any known biological source. It appears to be manipulating reality at a quantum level. The spear he summoned registered on our deep space telescopes for a fraction of a second as a localized gravitational anomaly. The runes he used, they defied thermodynamics. He created energy and matter from nothing. In short, we don't know what it is. We only know that it is, by any metric, the single most powerful event ever recorded on Japanese soil. The president steepled her fingers, her gaze unwavering. And the woman, Brynhildr, also an anomaly. The analyst continued, sweating now. She appeared instantaneously. No teleportation quirk signature, no spatial warping detected. She was simply not there, and then she was. Her biometrics are off the charts. We estimate her physica, L strength and speed to be on par with a top 10 pro hero, at a minimum. And she called him, All-Father. The president muted the analyst's screen. The room was silent save for the hum of servers. He looked at the faces of her council, hard-nosed bureaucrats, retired heroes, intelligence chiefs. She saw the same thing in all their eyes, fear. Unadulterated, existential fear. For 2 centuries, the HPSC had been the ultimate authority. The hand that guided the world of quirks, maintaining a fragile balance. They managed heroes, sanctioned corporations, and quietly eliminated threats. They were the masters of the game. And now, a new piece had appeared on the board. A piece that could flip the table over and burn the whole game to the ground. He calls himself Izuku Midoriya, the president said, her voice dangerously soft. A 15-year-old boy. Registered as quirkless. Until 3 days ago, he was a non-entity. Now, he is an unregistered weapon of mass destruction with a bodyguard of equal or greater power. Currently residing at UA. High, under the protection of Nezu and All Might. This is an unacceptable state of affairs. A grizzled, one-eyed man, the head of covert operations, spoke up. We can't move on him directly. Nezu has UA locked down tight, and All Might's presence is a deterrent. Politically, it would be a nightmare. The boy is technically the victim of a villain attack. I am not suggesting an overt attack, the president countered, her eyes narrowing. I am suggesting control. We cannot allow a power of this magnitude to exist as an independent variable. It must be brought under the Commission's authority. It must be classified, studied, and, if necessary, neutralized. We will frame it as an evaluation. A mandatory assessment for a newly manifested, high-threat power. Who would we send? The one-eyed man asked. Who could possibly enforce that? The president's lips curved into a thin, cold smile. She pressed a button on her console, and a new face appeared on the main screen. A young man with messy blonde hair, a perpetually relaxed expression, and a pair of magnificent, crimson wings. Hawks, the president said. You've been briefed. I want you to lead the Aegis squad. Your mission is to escort Izuku Midoriya to our facility in Tokyo for evaluation. You will use any means necessary, short of lethal force. This is a matter of national, and perhaps global, security. Do you understand? Hawk's lazy smile didn't falter, but his golden eyes sharpened with focus. Loud and clear, Madam President. Retrieve the godchild. Sounds like a fun afternoon. I'll need my best team. This isn't the kind of thing you can rush. You have them, she replied. Do not fail. The screen went blank. The president looked at the frozen image of Izuku Midoriya, his eyes glowing with terrifying power. We are the shepherds of this world, she whispered to the empty room. We will not allow a wolf to roam free among the flock, even if it wears the skin of a god. The visitors were waiting in one of UA's larger training grounds, a vast biodome designed to simulate an urban environment. Izuku walked between Aizawa and All Might, with Brynhilde a half-step behind him. Her hand resting on the pommel of a sword that hadn't been there a moment ago. The air was thick with tension. Standing in the center of the plaza were 5 figures. The one in the lead was unmistakable. Hawks, the number 2 hero, leaned against a fountain, a casual smirk on his face, his crimson wings shifting lazily in the artificial breeze. He was flank B. Why 4 others in stark white tactical gear? Izuku's analytical mind, a habit that hadn't been erased by Odin's memories, kicked in. He recognized them from hero forums. The Aegis Squad, the HPSC's elite enforcers. There was Aegis 1, Captain Shirogane, whose quirk, kinetic dampening field, could absorb and nullify physical force in a localized area. Aegis 2, Reiko, quirk, sensory scramble, which could induce debilitating vertigo and auditory hallucinations. Aegis 3, Kato, quirk, hard light chains, capable of creating unbreakable restraints of pure energy. And Aegis 4, Kenji, whose quirk, phase, allowed him to become intangible, a perfect scout and infiltrator. This wasn't an escort, it was a capture team. Well, Hawks said, pushing himself off the fountain. Izuku Midoriya, you're the talk of the town. The commission just wants to have a little chat, ask a few questions. We'll have you back before dinner. Aizawa stepped forward, his capture weapon writhing around his neck. This is unnecessary, Hawks. The boy is a UA student and a victim. He's under our protection. Sorry, Aizawa, Hawks said, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. This one's above your pay grade. Orders from the top. The kid's coming with us, one way or another. We can do this the easy way, or the fun way. A single, razor-sharp feather detached from his wing and hovered in the air, aimed directly at Izuku's eye. Izuku felt a surge of cold anger, an ancient pride that bristled at being commanded. It wasn't his own emotion, not entirely. It was Odin's. The All-Father did not take orders. No, Izuku said, his voice quiet but firm. It carried a strange weight, an authority that made even Hawks pause. I'm not going anywhere, Hawks sighed, a theatrical display of disappointment. Fun way it is, then. Team, engage, subdue, do not harm. The world exploded into motion. Hawks was a red blur, faster than anything Izuku had ever seen. He was moving not for Izuku, but for Brynhilde. The strategy was clear. Separate the bodyguard from the target. At the same time, Kato's hard light chains erupted from the ground, lashing towards Izuku's limbs. Reiko's hand glowed. A wave of disorienting energy washed over the area. But they had underestimated the Valkyrie. Brynhildr met Hawk's charge not with defense, but with a ferocious offense. Her sword was a blur of silver, and the clang of steel against hardened feathers echoed like thunder. She was a whirlwind of martial perfection, forcing even the number 2 hero onto the back foot. Izuku, however, was not a seasoned warrior. The world tilted violently as Reiko's quirk hit him. The ground seemed to rush up to meet him, and 1,000 discordant bells rang in his ears. He stumbled, catching himself just as the hard light chain snaked around his ankles. He channeled his newfound power, a surge of golden energy, and the chains shattered like glass. He can break the hard light. Kato yelled, surprised. Shirogane, now. The captain of the squad slammed his palms together. A translucent blue field shimmered into existence around Izuku. It was the kinetic dampening field. Izuku felt the raw power within him. The cosmic energy he had used to destroy the Nomu turned sluggish and thick, like trying to move through honey. He tried to summon Gingnir, but the power fizzled out, unable to coalesce. This was their strategy, a masterpiece of coordination. Hawks kept the powerhouse busy. The rest of them targeted Izuku, the linchpin, with a combination of sensory deprivation, capture, and power nullification. Izuku's raw, untamed divine power was immense, but it was like a tidal wave. They had built a dam around it, redirecting and stifling it with precise, tactical skill. Brynhildr saw his predicament. She roared, a battle cry that shook the very glass of the biodome, and tried to push past Hawks. All father. Not so fast, Hawks grunted, his wings flaring as he redoubled his efforts, a stow. Of feathers pinning Brynhildr in place. Your dance partner is me. Izuku was trapped. The vertigo was nauseating. The dampening field was suffocating his power. Intangible, Kenji phased through the ground behind him. A tranquilizer injector in his hand. Izuku was outmaneuvered. He had the power of a god, but the experience of a child. He had failed to see the intricate dance of the battle, focusing only on the brute force. Odin's memories supplied him with 1,000 battle strategies, but Izuku's mind couldn't access them fast enough through the fog of the sensory attack. He was going to be captured. Humiliated. Caged like an animal. Fear gave way to a cold, focused desperation. He needed more than power. He needed control. He needed a weapon that wasn't just raw force. He needed magic. And as if in answer to his desperate, silent plea, the world changed. It began subtly. A faint scent of ozone and winter frost filled the air. The hard light chains that were reforming around his legs suddenly turned into a flock of illusory butterflies and fluttered away. The nauseating vertigo from Reiko's quirk vanished, replaced by a profound sense of calm clarity. What's going on? Reiko shouted, clutching her head. My quirk. It's being countered. Shirogane's dampening field flickered. He looked down and saw intricate, glowing blue runes tracing themselves around his feet on the plaza floor. Runes that had not been there a second ago. They pulsed with a soft light, and his connection to his quirk sputtered as if being jammed by a powerful signal. Some kind of interference. I'm losing the field. From behind Izuku, a new voice spoke, smooth and melodic as a cello. Raw power is a blunt instrument, my lord. True mastery lies in its application. Izuku turned. Standing, where Kenji had been phasing up was a woman. She was tall and slender, with long, silver hair braided with glowing runes. Her eyes were a startling violet, ancient and intelligent. She wore robes of deep indigo and silver that seemed woven from moonlight and shadows. In one hand, she held a staff of polished yew, topped with a crystal that pulsed with an inner light. She had one hand gently pressed against the phased-out Kenji's forehead. He was frozen in place, his eyes wide with confusion, trapped between the tangible and intangible worlds. The Valkyrie Gondel, the woman said, her lips curving into a knowing smile as she looked at Izuku. Mistress of runes, weaver of wards, and servant of the All-Father. It seems you required a more strategic approach. With a flick of her wrist, the world became a canvas for her art. The ground beneath Hawks and Brynhildr turned into a swirling vortex of mist, giving Brynhildr solid footing while Hawks' wings found no purchase. The air in front of Captain Shirogane shimmered and became a solid wall of force, sending him stumbling backward. She pointed a finger at Kato, and the hard-light chains he was trying to summon twisted into a cage around him, trapping him within his own power. It was breathtaking. It wasn't a show of force, but of absolute control. She wasn't overpowering them. She was rewriting the rules of the engagement. Gondal's magic was a scalpel, precise and elegant, where Brynhilder's fury was a warhammer. Hawks, ever the pragmatist, immediately realized the fight was lost. He disengaged from Brynhilder, soaring into the air. All right, truce. He called out, raising his hands. I get it. You've made your point. Gondal waved her staff, and the magical constructs vanished. The Aegis squad, completely utterly neutralized without a single scratch on them, regrouped behind Hawks, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. Kenji solidified, collapsing to the ground, unconscious but unharmed. Izuku stared at his second Valkyrie. If Brynhilder was the embodiment of Odin's might, Gondal was the personification of his wisdom and magic. She walked to his side, her violet eyes assessing him. You have the power, All-Father. But you lack the focus. You see the battle, but not the battlefield. We shall work on that. She and Brynhilder exchanged a nod, a silent greeting between sisters separated by millennia. The warrior and the sorceress. The shield and the spell. A large monitor flickered to life on the side of a building in the training ground, revealing the cold, furious face of the HPSC president. What is the meaning of this? She demanded, her voice tight with rage. Who are you? Izuku stepped forward, flanked now by his two divine guardians. The boyish fear was gone from his face, replaced by a calm, unyielding certainty. He was beginning to understand. This wasn't just his power. It was his responsibility. My name is Izuku Midoriya, he said, his voice echoing with a newfound resonance. These are my protectors. As for who I am not your weapon to be controlled. I am not a hero to be managed, nor a villain to be fought. I am a separate power. A third pillar. IWILL maintain the balance that you and your villains constantly threaten to destroy. Leave me be, and I will not be your enemy. But try to chain me again. He paused, his eyes glowing with a faint golden light. And you will find that your world is built on far more fragile foundations than you believe. He turned his back on the screen, a gesture of ultimate dismissal. He looked at Gondal and Brynhilder. Let's go. There is much to discuss. The president of the Hero Public Safety Commission stared at the empty training ground on her screen, her knuckles white where she gripped her desk. The Hawkwaves from Izuku's declaration were already spreading, appending a century of established order. The game had changed, and she had just been resoundingly checkmated. Kai adjusted the collar of his designer jacket, a smirk playing on his lips. He sat in a high-end cafe, watching the chaos unfold on a public news screen. The broadcast was a sanitized mess of speculation, a training exercise gone awry at UA, a stern political disagreement between the school and the HPSC. But the whispers on the deep web, the places Kai haunted, told a truer story. They spoke of a new power, of the HPSC being humbled, of the number 2 hero being fought to a standstill. Stagnant, Kai murmured to himself, taking a sip of his overpriced coffee. So predictable. He saw Izuku, Odin, falling into the same old trap. Setting up rules, declaring his domain, seeking balance. It was the same tired philosophy that had led to the long, boring peace of Asgard, a golden cage that had stifled true potential and ended, as all stagnant things do, in a glorious, fiery death. Ragnarok, a necessary cleansing. He, as Loki, had always understood the truth. Chaos is the engine of creation. True freedom isn't found in balance, but in the breaking of all chains. The world of quirks was a perfect example, a system so rigid, so obsessed with its heroes and villains, its rules and regulations, that it had become brittle. It was a house of cards waiting for a strong wind. And he would be that wind. He paid his bill and walked out into the neon-drenched evening. His path took him away from the polished, affluent city center and into the grimy, forgotten back alleys of the ward. This was where the real world festered. Here, dreams died and resentment grew. A perfect garden for his work. He found them in a squalid, graffiti-covered den, reeking of cheap booze and desperation. The Skull Crushers, they called themselves. A pathetic gang of 3, whose combined villainy amounted to little more than petty theft and intimidation. Their leader, a brute named Guro with a minor strength-enhancing quirk, was boasting about their latest score, a few thousand yen from a convenience store. Kai stepped out of the shadows. His smile disarmingly charming. "Gentlemen, it seems to me you lack ambition." Guro stood up, puffing out his chest. "Who the hell are you, pretty boy? Get lost before we crush your skull." Kai chuckled, a low, melodic sound. "Oh, I think not. I'm here to offer you a gift. A chance to become what you've always dreamed of being. Feared, powerful, unstoppable." He opened his hand. Resting on his palm was a shard of obsidian, no larger than his thumb. It seemed to drink the light from the room, and carved into its surface was a single, twisted, angry-looking rune. It pulsed with a faint, sickly purple light. "What is that?" one of the other thugs asked, his eyes wide. "A taste of true power," Kai said. "This world gives you scraps, limits you with a quirk. But what if you could have more? What if you could unleash all the rage, all the hate, all the ambition you keep locked inside? Touch it, and you will be reborn." Guro, driven by greed and ego, hesitated for only a second before snatching the shard. The moment his fingers touched it, he screamed. It wasn't a scream of pain, but of terrifying ecstasy. The purple light of the rune exploded outwards, engulfing all three of them. Their bodies twisted and warped. Goro's muscles swelled to grotesque proportions, his skin hardening into a rock-like carapace. The second thug, whose quirk allowed him to generate small sparks, erupted into a being of pure, chaotic electricity. The third dissolved into a shrieking vortex of shadow and razor-sharp wind. Their eyes glowed with the same malevolent purple light. They were no longer men. They were raw, untempered chaos, their base desires amplified 1,000-fold. "Go," Kai whispered, his voice laced with hypnotic suggestion. "Play. Show the world what happens when the rules are broken. Make them scream." The monsters roared and smashed through the wall, pouring out into the bustling shopping district nearby. Kai watched them go, the sounds of shattering glass and terrified screams already beginning to echo back. He felt the ripple of their chaos magic in the air, a discordant, beautiful symphony. It was a small test. A firecracker to see who would come running. He already knew the answer. Odin, the great preserver of order, would not be able to resist. He would come to fix this, to restore his precious balance. Kai turned and melted back into the shadows, a genuine, delighted smile on his face. The game had truly begun. Back at UA, in Nezu's spacious office, the mood was somber. Gondal was explaining the nature of their existence to a rapt audience of Nezu, Aizawa, and All Might. Brynhildr stood guard by the door, while Izuku sat in a chair, trying to absorb it all. Thus, each Valkyrie embodies an aspect of the All-Father's domain, Gondal explained. Her voice calm and pedagogical. "Brynhildr is his might, his peerless warrior aspect. I am his wisdom, his mastery of the mystic arts. The others will be drawn by different catalysts, each representing another facet of his being. Battle, compassion, fate, creation, they will all find their way to him." Just then, Izuku flinched. A sharp, stabbing pain lanced through his temple. It wasn't a memory this time. It was a feeling, a wrongness. He looked out the panoramic window towards the city, and to his divine senses, a section of the skyline was tainted. It was like a beautiful piece of music being marred by a single, screeching, off-key note. A thread of fate had been violently twisted, infused with something poisonous and chaotic. "What is it, my lord?" Brynhildr asked, instantly at his side. I don't know," Izuku stammered, his hand on his head. "Something is wrong, out there. It feels corrupt, unnatural." Gondal's violet eyes narrowed. She closed them, and the runes in her hair began to glow brighter. After a moment, she opened them again, her expression grim. "Chaos magic. A crude but potent variant. Someone has taken mortal vessels and force-fed them with raw, untamed power. They are rampaging in the Musudafu shopping district. They are not merely destroying. They are spreading fear and discord. It is a poison for the soul of the city." All Might coughed, a trickle of blood on his lips. "The local heroes will respond. They will die," Brynhildr stated flatly. "This is not a foe that can be punched. This is a divine sickness. It is our duty to cleanse it. Izuku looked at his Valkyries, then at the concerned faces of his teachers. This was it. His declaration to the HPSC was meaningless if he didn't act on it. He wasn't a hero who waited for permission. He wasn't a villain who caused the chaos. He was the balance. And the scales had just been tipped violently. He stood up, the chair scraping against the floor. The indecisive fear that had plagued him for days was replaced by a cold, sharp resolve. It was Odin's resolve, but it was Izuku's choice. "Gondal, can you transport us?" he asked. She nodded. Instantly. "Then we're going." Aizawa stepped forward. "Midoriya, you can't. You're not a licensed hero. This isn't your fight." Izuku met his teacher's gaze. For the first time, Aizawa saw not a problem child, but Omething ancient and powerful looking back at him. "You're wrong, sensei," Izuku said, his voice devoid of arrogance, filled only with a heavy certainty. "It's the only fight that is." Gondal raised her staff. The air around them shimmered, distorting like a heat haze. A vortex of silver and indigo light swirled into existence in the center of Nezu's office. Through it, Izuku could see the BURNING storefronts and hear the terrified screams. He gave his teachers one last look, a silent apology for the trouble he was about to cause, and stepped through the portal. Brynhildr and Gondal followed without hesitation. And the vortex snapped shut, leaving behind only the scent of ozone and the profound silence of a world irrevocably changed. Chapter 3. Locke and Herja. The week leading up to the UA Sports Festival was a strange, muted affair for Class 1A. The palpable excitement that usually preceded the nation's most watched high school event was tempered by a thick, unspoken tension that had a single, green-haired epicenter. Izuku Midoriya. He was no longer just Midoriya, the mumbling, quirkless boy who had somehow gotten into the hero course. He was a paradox, a living myth walking their halls. After the HPSC's failed attempt to secure him, a tense truce, brokered by a pragmatic Nezu, had been reached. Izuku would continue his studies at UA, and his Valkyrie guardians were permitted to remain with him. Under the condition that they did not openly carry their divine armaments on school grounds. It was a flimsy agreement, a paper shield against a hurricane, and everyone knew it. Izuku sat at his desk, the morning of the festival, trying to focus on the hum of the classroom. He felt the gazes. They weren't like before, not pitying, not dismissive. Now they were a complex cocktail of awe, fear, and profound confusion. Uraraka would offer a hesitant smile, but her eyes wouldn't quite meet his. Iida would bow stiffly, his movements more rigid than ever, as if proper etiquette was the only thing holding back a torrent of questions he knew he couldn't ask. And then there was Bakugo. Katsuki Bakugo, who had built his entire worldview on a ladder of power with himself at the top, now stared at Izuku with a look of pure, unadulterated cognitive dissonance. The fury was still there, but it was curdled with a bewilderment so deep it was almost painful to witness. How could Deku, the useless pebble in the road Deku, be this? He is trying to reconcile the boy he tormented with the king he now sees, a voice, serene and ancient, echoed in Izuku's mind. It was a new facet of his awakening. The memories of Odin, no longer just fragmented flashes, but a quiet, constant stream of consciousness running parallel to his own. It was like having a wise, impossibly old grandfather living in his head, offering commentary on everything from quantum physics to the anxiety simmering in his childhood bully. He'll break himself on that conflict if he's not careful, Izuku thought back. The distinction between his thoughts and Odin's blurring at the edges. All things break, little raven, the Odin consciousness replied. The question is what they become after. Aizawa slouched into the room, his movements weary, his gaze swept over the class before landing, inevitably, on Izuku. For a moment, his tired eyes held a universe of unspoken things, concern, exasperation, and a grudging respect. He was a man who prized logic and control, and Izuku represented the complete annihilation of both. The sports festival is about to begin, Aizawa said, his voice a low drone. Don't get distracted by the media circus. This is your chance to show the world what you're made of. For most of you, that means demonstrating your potential as future heroes. He paused, his eyes lingering on Izuku. For others, it's just another Tuesday, I guess. Just try not to level the stadium. The paperwork is a nightmare. A nervous titter ran through the class. Izuku offered a small, apologetic smile. In the massive waiting room designated for Class 1A, the atmosphere was electric. Students stretched, focused, and muttered strategies. Izuku sat slightly apart, not out of arrogance, but because a subtle field of pressure seemed to emanate from him, creating a natural bubble. At his side, unseen by the others, were Brynhilde and Gondel. They had shed their armor for modern clothing at his request, a concession to normalcy he was trying desperately to maintain. Brynhilde, in a simple black turtleneck and jeans, looked like a severe but stunningly beautiful bodyguard, her posture ramrod straight, her silver eyes missing nothing. Gondel, in a flowing dark blue dress, appeared more like a visiting academic, her gaze thoughtful as she observed the other students, Annalie. Zing their quirks and temperaments with a scholar's eye. Their ambitions are so small, Gondel murmured, her voice a soft melody only Izuku could hear. Fame, wealth, a high ranking. They seek to be the biggest fish in a very well-defined pond. It's the world they know, Izuku replied quietly, tracing a faint, glowing rune of calming on his knee. They're taught that this is the pinnacle of achievement. And you, All-Father. Brynhilde's voice was a low counterpoint, sharp and clear as a winter morning. What pinnacle do you seek to achieve today? You have no need for the fleeting fame of these mortals. This isn't for fame, Izuku explained, his emerald eyes hardening with a resolve that felt centuries old. The HPSC tried to make me a weapon. The villains see me as an obstacle. The heroes see me as a problem. The world only understands the language of power and spectacle. Today, I will speak to them in that language. I will not enter this festival as Izuku Midoriya, UA student. I will enter as Odin. A sovereign power. I won't just win. I will demonstrate a different kind of strength. Not just force, but wisdom. I will show them that I am not a threat to be contained, but a new reality to be accepted. The age of heroes and villains, of this rigid, black and white dichotomy, is over. Today, I announce the beginning of the new era. Gondel smiled, a subtle, knowing expression. A proclamation, then, written not in ink, but in the awe of millions. Brynhilde's expression was fiercer. A challenge. Let any who would deny your claim see your might and despair. Before Izuku could respond, a new presence made the air crackle. Shoto Todoroki stood before him, his heterochromatic eyes burning with an icy fire. The ambient temperature dropped a few degrees. Midoriya, Todoroki said, his voice flat and cold. Objectively speaking, you are the strongest person here. Stronger even than All Might, from what I've seen. This makes you my ultimate test. Izuku looked up, his gaze placid. The Odin consciousness within him saw past the boy's cold facade, past the anger, and saw the intricate, weeping scars on his soul, half frozen, half cauterized. He saw a chill, screaming in a dojo and a mother's despair. A test for what, son of Endeavor? Izuku asked, his voice gentle but piercing. Todoroki flinched, surprised by the title. I will beat you, and I will do it using only my mother's power. I will take first place without using his quirk. I will deny him the satisfaction. Izuku's expression softened with a pity that was so ancient and profound it was almost insulting. You mistake the tool for the blacksmith. A hammer cannot choose the hand that wields it, but the wielder can choose what to build. You are not a tool, Shoto Todoroki. You are the blacksmith of your own soul. The fire you so despise, it is a part of you. To deny it is to deny half of your own being. You've built a cage of ice around your heart to spite your father, but it is you, not he, who is the prisoner. Todoroki stared, his composure cracking. No one had ever spoken to him like that. It wasn't a challenge or a pity party, it was a simple, devastating statement of fact. He opened his mouth to retort, but no words came. He simply turned and walked away, his mind in turmoil. A second, more explosive confrontation was immediate. Deku. Bakugo stomped over, his hands sparking. His face a mask of rage and utter confusion. I don't know what kind of freak show bullshit you're pulling, he snarled, jabbing a finger at Izuku's face. Summoning weird women, making spears out of light. You were a worthless, quirkless pebble. You were beneath me. What are you? Izuku met his gaze without flinching. The fear he once held for Bakugo was a distant memory, a ghost of a life that was no longer his. I am what I have always been, Katsuki, Izuku said calmly. You were simply incapable of seeing it. Lies. Bakugo roared, small explosions popping in his palms. You were faking it. All that time, all those years, you were looking down on me, weren't you? Pretending to be weak. Your pride is a roaring bonfire that blinds you to all truths but your own, Izuku replied. The words flowing from Odin's wisdom. You see the world as a mountain, and you believe you must stand at its peak alone. It is a lonely existence. I am not on your mountain, Katsuki. I am the sky that surrounds it. Your struggles to climb are meaningless to me. The sheer, unadulterated dismissal in Izuku's tone hit Bakugo harder than any punch ever could. He was rendered speechless. His rage choked by an utter lack of comprehension. He was being told, in no uncertain terms, that he was irrelevant. He gritted his teeth, a low growl escaping his throat, and stormed away, his mind a warring chaos. The first event is about to begin. Present Mike's voice boomed through the stadium. Class 1A, make your way to the entrance. Izuku stood, rolling his shoulders. Brynhildr placed a hand on his shoulder. Be glorious, my lord. Gondal simply nodded. Be wise. He walked towards the tunnel, the rest of his class giving him a wide berth. As he stepped into the blinding light of the stadium, the roar of the crowd was a physical force. Present Mike's voice screamed from the speakers. And here he is, the man at the center of the storm. The mystery of the USJ. The boy WHO defied the HPSC. Izuku Midoriyaaa. The roar intensified, a mix of cheers, boos, and confused murmuring. Izuku paid it no mind. His gaze swept over the stadium, over the tens of thousands of people, the floating camera drones. The pro-heroes in the observation boxes. He felt their emotions, a chaotic sea of hope, greed, fear, and excitement. And somewhere in that sea, a single, amused consciousness watched him. A serpent hidden in the reeds. Kai, dressed in a nondescript gray hoodie and a baseball cap, sat in the upper decks, a box of popcorn in his lap. He watched Izuku with a connoisseur's appreciation. Oh, you dramatic old crow. He chuckled to himself. Always did love a grand entrance. Midnight cracked her whip, announcing the first event, a 4-kilometer obstacle race around the stadium. As long as you stay on the course, anything goes. Now, take your places. The students crammed into the narrow starting gate. Izuku stood calmly at the back, making no effort to push forward. When the starting buzzer blared, a wave of bodies surged forward. Todoroki instantly took the lead, freezing the ground behind him and trapping dozens of students. A cunning first move from Todoroki. Present Mike yelled. He's trapped the competition. But Izuku wasn't trapped. As the others slipped and cursed on the ice, he simply took a step. A single, glowing golden rune, Feihu for momentum, bloomed under his foot. He didn't run. He glided. He moved over the ice as if it were solid ground, his speed effortless and supernatural, weaving through the frozen students with an eerie grace. He passed Todoroki in a silent, green blur. Whoa, Midoriya is unfazed by the ice. He's already in the lead. The first true obstacle appeared, the Robo Inferno from the entrance exam. Multiple zero-pointers blocked the path. Todoroki created a massive wave of ice, freezing one in a precarious position. The other students paused, intimidated. Izuku didn't even slow down. He raised a hand as he moved. 3 runes materialized in the air before him. Thurisaz for force, Issa for binding, and Hagalas for destruction. The runes pulsed once, then shot forward as beams of pure, white light. They didn't cause a massive explosion. Instead, where they struck the giant robots, the metal simply unraveled. It deconstructed into dust and scrap, crumbling into neat piles on either side of the course, clearing a perfect path. The display was so clean, so precise, it was terrifying. Aizawa, in the commentary booth, sighed into his microphone. He's not even trying. Izuku crossed the massive canyon WN is the fall, not by using the tightropes, but by creating a series of solid, glowing runic platforms under his feet, forming a bridge of pure light that dissolved behind him. He navigated the final obstacle, a minefield. With his enhanced senses, Odin's senses could feel the subtle disturbance in the earth where each mine was buried. He walked through the field in a straight line, not a single mine detonating. He crossed the finish line a full minute before a panting, disbelieving Todoroki. He wasn't even breathing hard. He just stood there, waiting, his expression calm and unreadable. As the rest of the students trickled in, they stared at him not as a competitor, but as a force of nature. He hadn't just won, he had rendered the entire challenge meaningless. The second event, the cavalry battle, was announced. The point values were based on the results of the race, with the first-place finisher being worth a staggering 10 million points. Every eye in the stadium swiveled to Izuku. He was the ultimate prize. The one and only target. The person who grabs his headband will stand at the top. Midnight declared with a grin. A palpable wave of greed and ambition washed over the students. Izuku was isolated in an instant. No one would team up with the 10 million point target. It was suicide. He stood alone as everyone else scrambled to form teams. It seems no one is brave enough to team up with our first place finisher. Present Mike noted. Izuku scanned the crowd of his peers. He saw fear, yes, but he also saw calculation. Teaming with him was a guaranteed loss, they thought. But Odin's mind saw other possibilities. He walked towards Fumikage Tokiyami. "Tokiyami-san," Izuku said. The bird-headed student stiffened. "Midoriya, your dark shadow is the perfect defense. It is a living shield. Untethered by a physical form. It would be invaluable." Tokiyami was taken aback by the direct, strategic analysis. "Why ask me? Teaming with you is madness." "Is it?" Izuku countered. "Or is it the surest path to victory? With me, you will be at the center of the greatest battle this festival has ever seen. Is that not a worthy challenge for a creature of darkness?" Dark shadow materialized over Tokiyami's shoulder, its red eyes glowing. "He makes a good point, Fumi. I like a good riot." Before Tokiyami could decide, a pink blur zoomed in. "Ooh, let me join. Let me join," Mei Hatsume declared, her eyes gleaming behind her goggles. "Think of the publicity. All my babies will be on camera the entire time. I've got jetpacks, grappling hooks, and an electro net that can stop a truck. Your divine power plus my super cute babies. We'll be unstoppable." Izuku smiled. A pragmatic defender and a wildcard inventor. It was an unconventional but potent team. "Welcome aboard." With Tokiyami as his left flank and Hatsume on his right, Izuku took the rider position, the 10 million point headband tied securely around his forehead. The countdown began. Every other team in the arena turned to face them, their expressions predatory. It was Class 1A and the rest of the field versus Team Midoriya. The horn blared, chaos erupted, and they're off. As expected, every single team is making a beeline for Team Midoriya. Todoroki's team led the charge, a wave of ice surging towards them. Bakugo's team blasted into the air, flanking from above. Teams from Class 1B coordinated, trying to box them in. "Hatsume, lift," Izuku commanded. "You got it." The jetpack on her back roared to life, lifting their team 10 feet into the air, just over the ice. "Tokiyami, shield us from above." "On it. Go." Dark shadow. The shadow entity expanded into a massive, swirling dome above them, intercepting Bakugo's explosive dive bomb with a guttural roar. For the first few minutes, they held their own. Izuku's mind, augmented by Odin's millennia of tactical experience, was a supercomputer. He called out commands, predicting enemy movements, using Hatsume's Gets and Tokiyami's defense with preternatural skill. He wove runes of deflection in the air, batting away Kaminari's electricity and Ishido's acid. But the sheer numbers were beginning to tell. They were being swarmed, boxed in. Todoroki's team used Ida's Recipro Burst to close the distance in a flash. Yaoyorozu created a cannon, firing a weighted net. Bakugo, relentless, kept hammering at Dark Shadow, whose power was beginning to wane in the bright stadium light. They were being overwhelmed. The pressure was immense. Dozens of hands were reaching for his headband. Hatsume's jetpack was sputtering, hit by Siro's tape. Tokiyami was gritting his teeth, Dark Shadow shrinking. Izuku closed his eyes for a fraction of a second. He wasn't afraid. He wasn't panicked. Instead, deep within his soul, a primal, ancient part of him, the part that was Odin, the warrior king, reveled in the glorious chaos. The clash of quirks, the shouts of determination, the desperate struggle for victory, it was the song of battle. It was the hymn of the Einherjar. And that hymn was a summons. High in the stands, Brynhilder's hand tightened into a fist, her knuckles white. They are cornering him. Gondal's eyes were narrowed in concentration. His strategy is sound, but he is facing an army. He needs. She trailed off as a strange sound cut through the roar of the crowd. It wasn't loud, but it pierced the cacophony. It was the sound of a distant war horn, followed by a peal of wild, joyous laughter that seemed to echo from the sky itself. A tremor ran through the stadium. The sky above, previously a clear blue, seemed to shimmer. Two pinpricks of light, one gold and one crimson, appeared and streaked downwards at impossible speed. They didn't fall like meteors, they descended like predators. What is that? Present Mike screamed, pointing. Are those people? The two lights slammed into the arena floor right beside Izuku's beleaguered team, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and sen. Ding, a shockwave that blasted the other teams back. When the dust settled, two figures stood in the crater, back to back. They were women, tall and powerfully built, radiating an aura of untamable energy. One had fiery red hair braided with gold wire, her eyes the color of molten bronze. She wore blood-red armor and hefted a massive, two-headed axe that crackled with latent energy. A wide, predatory grin was plastered on her face. The other had hair of spun gold, cut short and wild, with eyes as sharp and blue as a winter sky. Her silver armor was lighter, designed for speed, and she held a pair of wickedly sharp spears that hummed with power. She was laughing, a sound of pure, unadulterated battle joy. Ha! What a glorious mess! The red-haired one boomed, her voice like a rockslide. The All-Father's call rings with the clang of a proper brawl. It's been ages since we heard such a lovely song, sister. The blonde one chirped, spinning her spears. Look at all the little warriors. They're so eager. Bakugo, blasted back by their arrival, stared in disbelief. More of them. Who the hell are you? The blonde Valkyrie turned her brilliant blue eyes on him and winked. We're the life of the party, Sparky. I am Herja. The redhead slammed the butt of her axe on the ground, cracking the concrete. And I am Locke. And we heard a cry for glorious combat. They turned in unison towards Izuku, their wild expressions softening into ones of absolute reverence. They dropped to one knee, a jarring contrast to their boisterous entrance. All-Father, Locke rumbled. Your battle hymn has summoned us. We are here to add to the noise. Herja finished with a grin. Izuku looked at the twins, and a fresh wave of memories flooded him. Locke, the Shrieker, whose roars could shatter shields. Herja, the Devastator, whose speed was a blur of death on the battlefield. They weren't strategists like Gondal or stoic leaders like Brynhilder. They were the raw, joyful heart of the Valkyrier's fury. He smiled. Welcome. Your timing is impeccable. What is happening? Present Mike's voice cracked. Two more mysterious women have appeared. Are they with Midoriya? Izuku turned his gaze back to the stun teams surrounding him. Locke, Herja, the objective is the headbands. Do not permanently injure anyone. Have fun. The twins' grins widened into something terrifyingly beautiful. Fun is what we do best, Lord. Herja sang. They exploded into motion. It wasn't a fight anymore, it was a harvest. Herja became a golden blur, weaving between teams. She didn't attack the students, she disarmed them. A flick of her spear sent a whip flying from one student's hand. The flat of her blade would tap another on the head, and they would suddenly find their headband gone, snatched by the golden wind. Locke was the opposite. She was a force of nature. She didn't dodge, she charged. She swung her massive axe in wide, controlled arcs, using the flat of the blade to send entire teams flying backwards, landing in undignified heaps. Her laughter echoed as she sent Bakugo's team tumbling with a single, contemptuous shove of her armored boot. She didn't take their headbands, she simply cleared the field, creating a massive zone of control around Izuku. The other students were in complete disarray. Their quirks, their strategies, their entire understanding of power was useless against these two. It was like children with sticks trying to fight a thunderstorm. In less than 2 minutes, the battle was over. Locke stood like a mountain, her axe resting on her shoulder, surrounded by a perimeter of groaning students. Herja reappeared beside Izuku, a dozen headbands dangling from her fingers. The buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the match. The stadium was dead silent for a long moment, before erupting into a cacophony of confused, terrified, and excited shouts. Team Midoriya was the undisputed winner. Up in the stands, Kai took a slow bite of popcorn. His smirk was gone, replaced by a look of intense fascination. Locke and Herja, the rowdy twins. Of course, his first call is to his shield maiden, his second to his sorceress, and his third, to his joy for battle. You're reassembling yourself piece by piece, old man. He reached down and subtly touched the concrete pillar beside his seat. A flicker of sickly purple-black energy, invisible to all but him, seeped from his fingertips into the stadium's foundation. A complex runic array, a web of deceit and siphoning, began to weave itself into the rebar and concrete. It was parasitic, designed to drink in the raw, powerful emotions of the crowd, the hope, the despair, the fear, the excitement, and channel it. Enjoy your party, Kai whispered to the stadium. I'll be taking the leftovers. The final event, the one-on-one tournament, proceeded under a cloud of immense tension. The organizers had no idea what to do about Locke and Herja, but since they had only appeared to aid Izuku and weren't registered participants, they were barred from the tournament. They took to the stands, sitting with Brynhilde and Gondel, forming a small, terrifyingly potent cheering section that made every one in a 50-foot radius deeply uncomfortable. Izuku's early matches were anticlimactic. He faced a terrified Hitoshi Shinso, who tried to use his brainwashing quirk. You heroes are so blessed, Shinso began. Izuku simply raised a hand. A rune of silence, Ansu's reversed, glowed in the air between them. Shinso's voice cut out. He could move his mouth, but no sound emerged. He stared in horror as Izuku walked forward, gently tapped him on the shoulder, and pushed him out of the ring. Shinso is out of bounds. Midoriya wins. He faced Uraraka in the next round. She came at him with a determined, desperate barrage of attacks, trying to touch him to make him float. He didn't attack her back. He simply moved, flowing around her strikes like water. With every missed attack, he would offer a piece of advice. Your center of gravity is too high, Uraraka-san. It makes your charges predictable. Swoosh. She missed. You rely on your quirk too much. Your hand-to-hand technique is secondary. It should be a partnership. She lunged, frustrated. He sidestepped and tapped the back of her knee, causing her to stumble out of bounds. He helped her up, his expression gentle. You have great spirit. Nurture it. He was dominating, but not with overwhelming force. He was using wisdom, precision, and an infuriating level of control. He was teaching, not fighting. It was this that Solidif IED his new image to the world. Not a monster, not a weapon, but something far more complex and unfathomable. Finally, the final match arrived. Izuku Midoriya versus Shoto Todoroki. The air in the stadium was thick with anticipation. Todoroki walked onto the stage, his expression a mask of cold resolve. Izuku faced him, his posture relaxed. The match began. Todoroki didn't hesitate. He unleashed a colossal glacier of ice. An attack that would have ended any other match instantly. The wave of jagged ice, the size of a building, surged across the arena. Izuku simply raised one finger. The rune for fire, Kanaz, bloomed at its tip. Small and unassuming, it shot forward and touched the glacier. There was no explosion. The entire mountain of ice just melted. It dissolved into steam and water in seconds, flooding the stage floor. Incredible. Midoriya neutralized that massive attack without even moving. Todoroki gritted his teeth and sent another, faster wave, then another. He tried to freeze Izuku's feet, to encase him completely, but Izuku's runes were faster. Runes of shattering, of warmth, of repulsion. He stood in the center of the stage, countering every single one of Todoroki's desperate, powerful attacks with minimal, precise effort. Is this all you have? Izuku asked, his voice echoing slightly in the steam-filled arena. A monument to your own pain. You wield your grief like a sword, but it is a brittle weapon. Shut up, Todoroki roared, his frustration mounting. You don't know anything about me. I know everything, Izuku replied, and his eyes began to glow with a soft, golden light. It was the all-sight. He was no longer just looking at Todoroki, he was reading the text of his soul. I see a boy in a training hall, crying from the pain. I see a mother's hand, shaking as she holds a kettle. I see a father's ambition, a furnace that tried to forge a masterpiece but only created a cracked and broken tool. He did not give you that fire, Shoto Todoroki. He only taught you to hate it. It was yours all along. Todoroki froze, his ice attacks faltering. Izuku's words were not guesses. They were surgical strikes, cutting through years of practiced detachment. You think by rejecting the fire, you reject him, Izuku continued, his voice resonating with ancient authority. But your hatred is the chain that binds you to him. Every time you refuse to use your left side, you are acknowledging his power over you. Your rebellion is a cage of your own making. Is this cage truly strong enough to hold back half of your soul? Something inside Todoroki snapped. A strangled cry tore from his throat, a sound of anguish and rage and years of repressed pain. And then, his left side exploded in a torrent of brilliant, beautiful flame. The steam filling the stadium ignited, creating a massive, swirling firestorm. The heat was immense, washing over the crowd. In the stands, Endeavor roared in triumph. Yes, Shoto. Finally, Todoroki stood wreathed in fire and ice. A being of perfect elemental balance, tears streaming down his face. He was finally, for the first time, using his whole power, his whole self. He gathered it all, the raging inferno and the absolute zero frost. Preparing to unleash one final, cataclysmic attack. Izuku watched him, a sad smile on his face. He didn't power up, he didn't summon Gingnur. He simply brought his hands together and created a single, complex rune in the air before him. It was a deep, calming indigo, a pattern of intersecting lines and circles. The rune of stillness. The concept of nullification. 2. Doroki's combined blast of fire and ice surged forward, a wave of elemental destruction that threatened to tear the stadium apart. It hit the placid, floating rune. And vanished. It didn't explode. It wasn't deflected. The energy, the heat, the cold, the sheer kinetic force, all of it was simply unmade. It ceased to exist. The arena fell silent, the only sound the dripping of water. Todoroki stood, swaying, his body pushed past its limit, his mind emotionally shattered. He stared at Izuku, his eyes wide with a terrifying, liberating understanding. He had unleashed his everything, his entire being, and it had amounted to nothing. Izuku walked through the puddles, his footsteps quiet. He reached the exhausted Todoroki, who collapsed to his knees. Izuku placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Now, he said softly, you are free to become who you choose to be. With a gentle push, he toppled Todoroki out of the ring. Chi Todoroki is out of bounds. Midnight announced, her voice trembling. The winner of the UA Sports Festival is Izuku Midoriya. The awards ceremony was a surreal affair. All Might, looking smaller and more uncertain than ever before, placed the gold medal around Izuku's neck. He leaned in to whisper. His voice strained. Young Midoriya, what you did for young Todoroki, that was a truly heroic act. It was a necessary one, Izuku replied, his voice too old for his face. Balance must be restored, both in the world and within the soul. He stepped up to the microphone to give his victory speech. The world was watching. He looked into the camera, and his gaze was not that of a triumphant teenager, but of a king addressing his subjects. Today, you have seen displays of great power, he began, his voice calm and carrying. You have cheered for victors and commiserated with the defeated. You have been entertained. But this was not a game. This was a message. For too long, this world has been defined by a simple, childish story of heroes and villains. Of light versus dark. This story is a lie. The world is not simple. It is a tapestry of infinite shades of gray. The systems you have built, the hero rankings, the laws that govern quirks, are rigid structures built on a flawed premise, and they are cracking under the strain. I am not your next number one hero. I am not your enemy. I am Izuku Midoriya. I am Odin. And those who stand with me, he said. Gesturing to the stands where his 4 Valkyries now stood, a silent, powerful tableau, are the guardians of the balance. We will not be governed by your commissions or your laws. We answer to a higher authority, the preservation of the world itself. A new age has begun. Learn to live in it. He stepped back from the microphone. He had made his statement. He stood on the podium. A gold medal that felt like a trinket around his neck, the roar of a confused and terrified world washing over him. He was no longer a participant in their system. He had declared himself an entirely new axis of power. And deep beneath the stadium, a single, parasitic rune, carved into the building's very bones by a laughing trickster god, pulsed with a final, deep purple glow. It was gorged, and sated on the raw emotional energy of 100,000 souls, a battery of chaos, waiting for its master's call. The game had just begun. Chapter 4. Thrud. The silence was the most unsettling part. In the days following the UA Sports Festival, a strange and heavy quiet had descended upon the school, a stark contrast to the roaring stadium crowds and explosive displays of power. It was a silence born of awe, uncertainty, and a palpable, collective fear. The world had not simply seen a powerful student, it had witnessed the public declaration of a god. Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless boy who had become something else entirely, was now the epicenter of that silence. He was a walking, breathing paradigm shift, and his very presence in the hallowed halls of UA felt like a tectonic plate grinding against another. His living situation had been changed immediately. Nezu, with his unsettling prescience, had preemptively relocated him from the yet-to-be-built student dorms to a secluded, spacious faculty residence at the edge of campus. It was less of a privilege and more of a quarantine. The official reason was security. The unspoken truth was containment. He wasn't just a student anymore. He was a sovereign entity with a retinue of divine warrior women who regarded campus security regulations as quaint suggestions. The residence, a modern two-story building with reinforced walls and a small, private training yard, had quickly been renamed Gladsheim Annex by the boisterous Valkyrie twins, Locke and Herja. They had claimed the training yard as their personal arena, the sounds of their light sparring, ringing steel, joyful war cries, and the occasional tremor that rattled the windows, had become the new morning alarm for Izuku. This morning was no different. Izuku sat at the large dining table, a steaming cup of tea in his hands, trying to focus on the intricate runic schema he was sketching in a notebook. The knowledge flowed into his mind from a wellspring of memory he couldn't fully access. Like trying to drink from an ocean through a straw. One moment he was Izuku Midoriya, struggling with a complex equation. The next, he was the All-Father, understanding the cosmic mathematics that bound reality together. The duality was giving him a perpetual headache. Heads up, All-Father. Locke's voice boomed from the doorway. Izuku didn't even look up, simply tilting his head to the side. A leather training sandal whizzed past where his ear had been and embedded itself in the wall with a solid whump. Herja, you owe me a flagon of mead. I told you he'd sense it. Locke cheered, bounding into the room. She was a whirlwind of red hair and boundless energy, her armor traded for simple training clothes that did little to hide her formidable physique. Herja followed, rolling her eyes. She was the mirror image of her twin, save for the slightly more calculating glint in her eyes. You threw it like a drunken troll. A sleeping Odin could have sensed it. The point was to be subtle. Quote, subtlety is for Gondal, Locke retorted, slinging an arm over Izuku's shoulders. We are instruments of glorious combat. Is that not right, Lord? Izuku managed a weak smile. The familiar weight of his divine authority settling on him. It is, but perhaps you could aim your glorious combat away from the structural supports of our home. He gestured with his pen towards the sandal, which had cracked the plaster around it. Brynhildr entered from the kitchen, a tray of food in her hands. Her silver armor was gone, replaced by a simple, elegant white tunic. But her posture was still that of a shield maiden on watch. She placed a plate of rice and fish in front of Izuku, her gaze as sharp and protective as ever. She glanced at the sandal in the wall, then fixed the twins with a stare that could have frozen magma. The All-Father requires a place of peace to reclaim his thoughts, she said, her voice low and resonant. Your ceaseless clamor dishonors this sanctuary. Oh, lighten up, Brynhildr, Herja scoffed, snatching a piece of grilled fish from the tray. The boy needs to be reminded of the joy of battle, lest he drown in all this thinking. She waved a hand at Izuku's notebook, filled with glowing, complex runes. Before the argument could escalate, Gondal drifted into the room. The Valkyrie of magic was a silent presence, her movements fluid and ethereal. She held a tablet, her eyes scanning its screen, though Izuku knew she was simultaneously observing a dozen different mystical currents in the air. The world's media continues its frenzy, she stated, her voice a soft murmur. They have coined a term for you, All-Father. A meta quirk. They theorize it is a new evolution that grants multiple, disparate abilities. They are children trying to describe the sun by capturing fireflies in a jar. Let them, Izuku sighed, pushing his notebook aside. The food Brynhildr had prepared was simple but nourishing. He ate, feeling the collective presence of his 4 guardians around him. Brynhildr, the shield and the conscience. Gondel, the strategist and the sorceress. Locke and Herja, the spear tip and the war cry. They were extensions of his will, reflections of his rediscovered divinity, and yet, they were also his only real family now. The distance between him and his mother had grown, a chasm of fear and awe that words couldn't bridge. His old classmates at UA looked at him with a mixture of terror and reverence. He was utterly, profoundly alone, even when surrounded. It was during this quiet meal that the thread of fate tightened. The news was playing on a large screen in the living area, muted. A headline scrolled across the bottom. Hero killer Stain claims another victim. Pro-hero Ingenium critically injured. Izuku felt it before he even processed the words. A cold, sharp pang in his soul, a discordant note in the symphony of the world. His gaze snapped to the screen just as Aizawa's weary face appeared in the doorway of their residence. The teacher's eyes were shadowed, and they held none of their usual apathy. They held a weary dread. Midoriya, Aizawa began, his voice raspy. I thought you should hear it from me. There was an incident in Hosu City. Tensai Iida, Ingenium, he was attacked by the hero killer. The classroom was a morgue. The news had spread like a virus, infecting usual morning chatter with a grim silence. Everyone was looking at Tenya Iida, who sat perfectly straight at his desk, his posture rigid, his face an emotionless mask. But Izuku could see the truth. He could see the storm of grief and rage churning behind Iida's eyes, a maelstrom of darkness that was sucking the light from his soul. And Izuku could see something more. His right eye, the one he had metaphorically sacrificed to gain his wisdom, throbbed with a dull, phantom ache. The world around Iida seemed to shimmer, to distort. A thin, blood-red thread materialized in Izuku's vision, spooling out from Iida's chest. It stretched taut, pulling him forward, leading out of the classroom, out of the school, and towards a dark, unseen horizon. Izuku had felt these threads before, faint and almost imperceptible, tugging at the people around him. But this one was different. It was thick, vibrant, and screaming with purpose. It was a thread of doom. His injuries are severe, Aizawa was saying, addressing the class. He'll live, but his career as a hero is over. I expect all of you to act with maturity and respect regarding Iida and his family. No one moved. Iida remained a statue of controlled fury. As the day wore on, his composure never broke, but the red thread grew brighter in Izuku's sight, pulsing with a sickening rhythm, like a severed artery. Flashes of imagery assaulted Izuku's mind, unbidden and sharp as shards of glass. A rain-slicked alleyway, the glint of a serrated blade, a cry of vengeance choked off by blood, a white-armored body falling, lifeless. This was not a possibility. It was a destination. Iida was walking, no, sprinting towards his own grave, and he didn't even know it. The final bell rang, releasing the students. Iida was the first to rise, his movements stiff and robotic. He packed his bag and walked out without a word to anyone. Uraraka and Tsuyu exchanged worried glances, but no one knew what to say. Izuku knew he had to act. This wasn't about heroics. He had already declared himself separate from that system, its laws, and its limitations. This was about something more fundamental. Odin, the All-Father, was a god of many things: war, wisdom, poetry, death. But above all, he was a king, a guardian of order against the encroaching chaos of Ragnarok. And a pointless, vengeful death like the one waiting for Iida was a small stitch in the tapestry of that final twilight. It was a waste, an inefficiency in the grand design. And it was his duty to correct it. That evening, he gathered his Valkyries in the living area of their residence. The twins had finally ceased their sparring, sensing the grim shift in his demeanor. We are going to Hosu City, Izuku announced, his voice leaving no room for argument. Brynhildr, ever the pragmatist, was the first to speak. For what purpose, my lord? The affairs of these mortals are not our concern unless they pose a direct threat to you. A life of great potential is about to be needlessly extinguished. Izuku explained, his gaze distant. A young warrior, blinded by grief, is marching to a fate he believes is his choice. It is not. It is a knot tied by vengeance, and I intend to cut it. The class president with the engines in his legs. Locke chimed in, suddenly interested. He has a fire in him. A good fire. It would be a shame to see it snuffed out in some back alley brawl. Gondal, who had been studying a map of the city on her tablet, looked up. Hosu is a nexus of unpleasant energies at the moment. The hero killer has made it his hunting ground. The fear he generates is a palpable miasma over the city. To intervene is to invite conflict. Conflict is what we were born for, Herja grinned, cracking her knuckles. This is not a battle for glory, Izuku corrected her sharply. It is an act of preservation. The one known as Stain, his philosophy is a poison. He culls those he deems unworthy, creating martyrs and spreading fear. He is an agent of chaos masquerading as an agent of order. His actions ripple outwards, and I can see where those ripples lead. His gaze hardened. I will not allow it. Brynhildr studied his face, her silver eyes searching for any sign of the mortal boy he once was. She saw none. In his place was the unwavering resolve of the king she had sworn to serve across lifetimes. She knelt, her fist over her heart. As you command, All-Father. Your will is our law. We will prepare for the journey. They didn't need a bullet train. Travel for beings who straddled the line between myth and reality was a different matter entirely. Gondal wove a complex rune of passage, a shimmering gateway that bent space and perception. It looked like a heat haze in the air of their training yard, a door to nowhere. On the other side lay the smog-choked skies of Hosu City. They stepped through and emerged not in a flash of light, but with the subtle seamlessness of a thought entering the mind. They stood atop one of Hosu's tallest skyscrapers, the wind whipping at their clothes. Below, the city was a sprawling grid of neon and shadow, a concrete jungle teeming with millions of lives. And somewhere in that jungle, a hunter was stalking his prey. Izuku closed his eyes, casting out his divine senses. He ignored the noise, the cacophony of mortal emotions, and focused on the single, blood-red thread. It was here, a vibrant, angry scar on the city's spiritual landscape. He's here, Izuku said, his voice low against the wind. Tenya Iida, he chose his hero internship here for a reason. He's hunting the man who crippled his brother. A foolish errand, Brynhildr stated, her eyes scanning the streets below with tactical precision. Vengeance is a fire that consumes the wielder first. Which is why we are here to extinguish it, Izuku replied. He turned to Gondal. Can you track him through conventional means? His phone. Gondal's eyes glowed with a soft, blue light as she interfaced with the city's digital network. He is not at his assigned hero agency. His public GPS is disabled. He is trying to be a ghost. It doesn't matter, Izuku said, his own gaze fixed on a distant point in the city's labyrinthine alleys. I can see his path. He is following a trail of blood, hoping it leads him to his quarry. But the trail is a circle, and it leads only back to his own death. Then what is our strategy, All-Father? Herja asked, a battle-hungry smile playing on her lips. Do we storm the city? Announce your presence and demand this, Stain face you. No, Izuku commanded. This requires precision. We will be the hunters. Gondal, use your arts to veil us. We will move unseen. Locke, Herja, you are the outriders. Patrol the rooftops. You are not to engage anyone, but be my eyes and ears. Report anything that feels significant. A spike of fear, the scent of fresh blood, the clash of steel. You will know it when you feel it. The twins grinned in unison and vanished in a blur of motion, leaping from rooftop to rooftop with an impossible, gravity-defying grace. Brynhildr, Izuku said, turning to his first Valkyrie. You are with me. The one called Stain is dangerous. His quirk, it is a conceptual attack that paralyzes its victims. Be on your guard. My shield is yours to command, Lord, she affirmed, her hand resting on the hilt of a sword that wasn't there a moment ago, now a solid, gleaming thing of divine silver. With Gondal's illusion magic wrapping them in a cloak of invisibility, they descended to the streets. The city was on edge. Police cars cruised by with unnerving frequency, and pro-heroes were visible on almost every corner. It was a city under siege, not from a villain army, but from a single, terrifying idea. Izuku led them through the winding backstreets, his steps guided by the crimson thread only he could see. It was like following a map to a treasure chest, only the treasure was a tragedy. As they moved, the ambient chaos of the city began to escalate. The distant sound of explosions echoed through the buildings. A plume of smoke rose into the night sky. Gondal paused, her head tilted. There are creatures, artificial humans, at least 3 of them, attacking the city center. Nomu, Izuku breathed, the memory of the USJ surging back. All for one's pawns. A distraction, a calculated one, Brynhilde observed. Designed to draw the city's heroes to one location, leaving the rest of the streets unprotected. The hero killer's hunting ground has just been cleared for him. It changes nothing, Izuku said, his focus unwavering. The thread was growing brighter, hotter. They were close. Let the heroes handle the monsters. Our quarry is different. They turned a corner into a narrow alley, the stench of garbage and stale rainwater thick in the air. The red thread pulsed violently here, terminating just ahead, around another bend. Izuku heard it then. The scrape of metal on concrete, a pained grunt, and a chilling, serpentine voice that slithered through the darkness. Single quote. Hero is a title reserved for those who accomplish great deeds. This world is full of fakes, imposters motivated by fame and wealth. They must all be culled to restore the meaning of the word. Izuku rounded the corner, Gondal's illusion dissipating like smoke. The scene was exactly as his vision had foretold. The pro-hero native was pinned to the wall, a blade through his shoulder. Tenya Iida lay on the ground, his ingenium armor scraped and dented, his body motionless but for the trembling rage in his eyes. And standing over him was the hero killer, Stain. He was a terrifying figure, a man wrapped in ragged strips of cloth and leather, his face obscured by a tattered mask, only his wild, fanatical eyes visible. A blood-red scarf, impossibly long, whipped around him like a living thing. He held a katana, its edge dripping with Iida's blood. You are the brother of the false hero, Ingenium, Stain hissed, his tongue darting out to lick the blood from his blade. He was weak, and you, who chase me for nothing more than personal vengeance, are even less worthy of the title. You are the disease I have sworn to eradicate. Now, die. He raised his katana for a final, decisive strike. That is enough. Izuku's voice cut through the tension, calm and cold as a winter morning. It held an ancient authority that made all 3 men in the alley flinch. Stain spun around, his body coiling like a snake, his eyes widening as he saw Izuku and the 2 warrior women who had appeared from nowhere. Iida's eyes, wide with shock and horror, fixed on Izuku. Midoriya, what are you doing here? Run. You can't. Be silent, Tenya Iida, Izuku commanded, not unkindly. Your part in this is over. He took a step forward, Brynhilde and Gondal flanking him. The air grew heavy, charged with a power that had nothing to do with quirks. Stain's initial shock gave way to a predatory curiosity. He took in Izuku's simple attire, then the ethereal armor of his companions. More children playing hero. No, you are different. His gaze was unnervingly perceptive. There is no fame-seeking ambition in your eyes. No greed. Only conviction. Who are you? I am the balance you have disrupted, Izuku stated, his voice resonating with the faint echo of the All-Father. You speak of culling the unworthy, of purifying the word, hero. A noble goal, perhaps. But your methods are flawed. Your philosophy is built on a foundation of sand. Stain let out a dry, rasping laugh. Flawed. I am the only one with the clarity to see the truth. I am the surgeon cutting the cancer from society. All Might is the only one I deem a true hero. The rest are parasites. You mistake a symptom for the disease, Izuku countered, his steps slow and deliberate as he advanced down the alley. This hero society, with its rankings and commercialism, is indeed flawed. It encourages vanity and greed. But you don't fix a crooked house by burning it to the ground with everyone still inside. You create something new, something stronger to replace it. And you believe you are the one to do that. Stain sneered. A boy. He is no boy. Brynhilde's voice rang like steel. You stand in the presence of a king. Stain's eyes narrowed. I don't care what you call yourselves. If you stand in my way, you are my enemies. And all my enemies will be purged. In a blink, he moved. He was preternaturally fast, a red and black blur that shot towards Izuku. Brynhildr was faster. She materialized in front of Izuku, a large, ornate shield now strapped to her arm. Stain's katana met the shield with a deafening clang that sent sparks flying. The force of the blow would have shattered the bones of a normal person, but Brynhildr didn't even flinch. "Your conviction is strong, hero killer," she said, her voice dangerously calm. "But you face the shield of Asgard. It has weathered the fury of gods and giants. A fanatic's rage is but a summer breeze against it." Stain recoiled, his eyes wide with disbelief at her strength. As he leapt back, Gondal made a subtle gesture. Runic symbols, invisible to the naked eye, flared on the alley walls. The very air around Stain seemed to thicken, to become heavy and viscous. His incredible speed was halved in an instant. "What is this sorcery?" he snarled, struggling against the unseen force. "You are a zealot, Stain," Izuku said, continuing his advance. "And the flaw in all zealots is their tunnel vision. You believe your personal judgment is infallible, that you have the right to decide who lives and who dies based on your narrow, subjective criteria. You are not a surgeon. You are a murderer who has convinced himself he is a messiah." "I am justice," Stain roared, and with a surge of raw willpower, he broke through Gondal's binding spell. He threw a half-dozen knives with pinpoint accuracy. Brynhildr deflected them all with her shield, but it was a feint. While she was occupied, Stain lunged low, his movements erratic and unpredictable. He slid under her guard, his serrated dagger flashing. Brynhildr twisted, attempting to intercept, but Stain was impossibly agile in the confined space. The dagger's tip grazed her cheek, drawing a single drop of golden ichor. Stain licked the divine blood from his blade. And Brynhildr, the shield maiden of Odin, leader of the Valkyries, froze. Her eyes remained wide and alert, filled with a mixture of shock and fury, but her body was completely, utterly paralyzed. The divine warrior who had faced down armies was rendered a statue by a mortal's quirk. "It matters not if you are a god or a demon," Stain rasped, a triumphant glint in his eye. "All blood is the same. All bodies can be broken." He ignored the petrified Valkyrie and turned his attention back to his original target. Iida could only watch in horror, his own paralysis still in effect, as the hero killer stalked towards him once more. "Now, child of vengeance. Let us finish this." "No," Iida screamed, a raw, desperate sound. Izuku's eyes, which had been a calm, focused green, blazed with a sudden, terrifying golden light. The phantom pain in his right eye exploded into an agonizing fire. The thread of Iida's fate was no longer just taut, it was vibrating on the edge of snapping. He saw the blade descending, the life fading from his classmate's eyes, the wasteful, meaningless end to a promising bloodline. This would not stand. He didn't shout, he didn't scream, he let loose a fraction of the raw, primal power coiled in his soul. A wave of pure pressure, of ancient and terrible authority, slammed down on the alley. The very stones groaned. Stain faltered, staggering as if a mountain had been dropped on his shoulders. "You have spilled the blood of my shield maiden," Izuku's voice was a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from the depths of the earth. "You have threatened a life under my sight. You have forced my hand." The sky above the narrow slit of the alley, once merely dark, turned a violent, bruised purple. The air crackled, not with Gondal's subtle magic, but with raw, untamed atmospheric energy. Ozone, thick and sharp, filled their lungs. A low, rumbling thunder began to build, seemingly from nowhere. Stain looked up, his fanatical certainty finally cracking, replaced by a flicker of primal fear. What are you?" Izuku raised a hand to the sky. "You have judged others by their strength. Now, be judged by a power you cannot comprehend." The thunder intensified, converging on a single point directly above them. It was not a storm gathering. It was a being answering a summons. A summons triggered by overwhelming physical threat, by the failure of the shield, by the need for pure, indomitable might. With a sound that was not a thunderclap but the sonic boom of reality itself being torn open, a bolt of incandescent lightning struck the center of the alley. It was not a natural strike descending from the clouds, it was a pillar of energy that erupted from a single point in midair, blasting the ground and creating a shallow, smoking crater. And standing in the center of that crater, wreathed in arcs of golden electricity, was a woman. She was tall, broader of shoulder and thicker of limb than the other Valkyries. Her hair was a cascade of bright, golden blonde, braided with bronze rings. Her armor was heavy, burnished bronze plate, etched with lightning motifs. She wore no helmet, and her face was one of fierce, joyful determination, with eyes the color of a stormy sky. She held no weapon. She didn't need one. Her fists, clenched at her sides, crackled with barely contained power. She took a deep breath, and the air seemed to celebrate her arrival. She looked at the paralyzed Brynhildr, then at the terrified Iida, and finally at Stain. A wide, predatory grin split her face. A good fight, she boomed, her voice like the rolling thunder that was her herald. You called, All-Father. And Thrud, daughter of Thor, has answered. Stain, for all his zealotry, was momentarily stunned into inaction. This was beyond anything he had ever encountered. It was not a quirk. It was a miracle, a terrifying, violent miracle. He shook himself free of his stupor, his killer instincts taking over. He saw only a new, powerful enemy that needed to be put down. He lunged, faster than he had ever moved, aiming his katana straight for the newcomer's heart. Thrud simply watched him come, her grin widening. She didn't move to dodge. She didn't raise a hand to block. The tip of Stain's legendary katana, a blade that had ended the careers of dozens of heroes, struck the center of her breastplate. And shattered. The blade exploded into 1,000 tiny shards of steel, the hilt flying from Stain's numb hand. He stared in absolute disbelief at his empty fist, then at the Valkyrie, who hadn't even budged. There wasn't a single scratch on her armor. My turn, Thrud said cheerfully. Her fist shot out. It wasn't a graceful punch. It wasn't a martial artist's strike. It was a battering ram of divine force. It moved faster than the eye could follow, a blur of bronze and golden lightning. It connected with Stain's chest. There was no visceral sound of impact, no crack of breaking ribs. There was only a compressed, explosive boom as the air in the alley was violently displaced. For a single, silent moment, Stain's body seemed to fold in on itself around Thrud's fist. And then he was gone. He was launched backwards with such incredible velocity that he became a human cannonball. He smashed through the brick wall at the end of the alley, which didn't crumble but simply disintegrated into a cloud of dust. He continued through the building behind it, an office space, creating a perfect, N-shaped hole through its interior walls and furniture. He exited the other side of that building, shot across a 4-lane street, and plowed through the concrete facade of the building opposite. The chain reaction of destruction continued for 3 more city blocks. A series of delayed, percussive crashes echoed back to the alley, each one fainter than the last, marking the hero killer's ballistic trajectory. Finally, a distant, final crump sounded, followed by an unnerving silence. Back in the alley, Thrud calmly inspected her knuckles. I might have overdone it. The thunder faded. The oppressive pressure vanished. The only sounds were the distant sirens and the ragged, terrified breathing of Tenya Iida and the hero native, both of whom were now free from Stain's paralysis as he lost consciousness miles away. Izuku walked past the newly arrived Thrud, who gave him a respectful, if boisterous, nod. He knelt beside Iida, who was staring at the hole in the wall with an expression of pure, unadulterated shock. It's over, Iida, Izuku said softly. Iida slowly pushed himself up, his armored body trembling. Midoriya. What? Who? That was Thrud, Izuku answered simply. She is enthusiastic. He looked Iida in the eye, his gaze intense. Your brother is alive. You are alive. Your quest for vengeance would have cost both of you everything and accomplished nothing. Remember this feeling, this helplessness. This is the fruit of hatred. Let it be the last time you taste it. Footsteps pounded towards the alley entrance. Shouts echoed. The pro-heroes, drawn by the no-Mew attacks and the thunderous boom of Thrud's punch, were arriving. Endeavor's fiery presence was the first Izuku sensed. He stood up. Gondal was already helping the still immobile Brynhildr, whose paralysis was beginning to fade. Thrud was cracking her neck, looking eager for another fight. Our work here is done, Izuku announced. It is time to leave. Wait, Iida called out, scrambling to his feet. You can't just leave. You have to explain. The law. Izuku turned back, his expression unreadable. The law. Your laws did not save you. Your laws did not stop him. I operate under a different authority, Tenya Iida. This world's rules are not my concern. As several pro-heroes, led by the hulking form of Gran Torino, appeared at the mouth of the alley, their faces a mixture of confusion and alarm. Gondal completed a new rune of passage. The air beside them shimmered. They are coming, All-Father, she murmured. Let them, Izuku said. He gave Iida one last look. Heal, and learn. Then, he and his 4 Valkyries stepped into the shimmering portal and vanished without a trace, leaving behind a scene of impossible destruction, 3 incapacitated individuals, and a group of bewildered heroes who had just arrived too late to witness the battle between a zealot and a god. They were left to clean up the mess, to file the reports, to try and explain to a world that was already reeling how the hero killer, Stain, was found unconscious and broken inside the wreckage of a bank vault 5 blocks away. Far from the chaos of Hosu, in a place hidden from mortal eyes, Kai stood atop a hill overlooking the now darkened UA Sports Festival Stadium. He wore a simple, tailored green suit, and his smile was a thing of sharp, mischievous beauty. Below him, woven into the very foundations of the stadium, the parasitic runic array he had planted throbbed with a final, orgasmic pulse of power. For weeks, it had been dormant, a silent predator drinking in the ambient emotional energy of the festival. Every cheer of victory, every cry of defeat, every surge of ambition, pride, envy, and hope, it had all been siphoned, collected, and refined into a potent, chaotic vintage. Now, the final harvest was flowing into him. He closed his eyes, tilting his head back as the torrent of power flooded his being. It felt like drinking pure lightning. He could taste the desperation of the support course students, the burning ambition of Bakugo, the cold resolve of Todoroki, and the world's adoration for the spectacle. It was a symphony of mortal passion, and it was all his. Oh, Izuku, he whispered to the wind, his voice filled with a theatrical, almost tender amusement. My dear, sweet Odin. So busy, always so busy, putting out fires, saving lost souls, propping up this fragile, tedious order. He opened his eyes, and they glowed with a malevolent green light. The stolen energy swirled around him, visible as shimmering, multicolored wisps of light. He raised a hand, and the energy coalesced above his palm, forming a chaotic, unstable sphere of raw potential. You play the shepherd, trying to keep your flock safe, he murmured, his smile widening into a grin that promised mayhem. But you've forgotten the most important lesson a shepherd ever learns. He clenched his fist, and the sphere of power solidified, its chaotic energies now bound to his will. The flow. CK is happiest when the wolf is at the door. It gives them purpose. It gives them something to truly feel. He looked out towards the distant lights of Kamino Ward, a place teeming with heroes and villains, a perfect stage. The power he now held was immense, enough to shake the foundations of this carefully constructed society. So while you're busy mending broken toys and teaching lessons, I'll be over here, crafting my masterpiece. Something to wake this dreary world up. Something to really get the blood pumping. He chuckled, a low, melodic sound that was utterly devoid of warmth. The old era is ending, brother. It's time for a new game to begin. Chapter 5. Ire and Garalul. The air in the spacious, modern apartment they had rented under a shell corporation established by Gondal's F. Orzite was beginning to feel less like a safe house and more like a gilded cage. For a week after the ideological firestorm of the Hosu incident, Izuku Midoriya and his 5 Valkyrie guardians had maintained a low profile. The media was a tempest of speculation, hero forums were alight with frantic debate, and the HPSC was operating in a state of terrified, bureaucratic silence. They were ghosts, existing in the heart of the city yet entirely apart from it, their presence an unspoken challenge that the world was still struggling to comprehend. The living room, a monument to minimalist design, with its gray sectional sofa and chrome and glass coffee table, had become their de facto war room, council chamber, and sparring ground. It was in this room that the fundamental problem of their existence became glaringly apparent. The walls are too thin, Locke announced, mid-grapple with her twin, Herja. Their boisterous training session had been relegated to subdued wrestling after they'd racked the plaster for the 3rd time in 2 days. I can hear the neighbor's teacup poodle yapping. It is a disgrace to the sounds of glorious battle. Herja, who had lock in a headlock, grunted in agreement. And the ceiling is too low. A proper axe swing would bring the whole floor down on us. How can we maintain our edge in a place made of paper and prayer? Seated on the floor, cross-legged, and polishing her immense vambrace until it shone like a dark mirror, Thrud added her own simple observation. The refrigerator is always empty. We eat it too fast. Her concerns were, as always, direct and practical. Brynhildr stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, her arms crossed, her gaze fixed on the sprawling cityscape below. Her posture was a pillar of discipline amidst the barely contained chaos. This location is compromised. It is functional for the short term, but it is not a fortress. It has no meaning, no soul. We are guests in a world that sees us as a threat. We cannot remain guests forever. She's right. Of course, Gondal said, not looking up from the laptop resting on her knees. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, lines of code and ancient runic symbols flickering across the screen in equal measure. She was cross-referencing global ley line maps with satellite imagery and financial records. Logistically, we are a drain on fabricated resources. Strategically, we are a fixed target in a high-population zone. Spiritually, she finally looked up, her sharp eyes meeting Izuku's. We are adrift. An army cannot be an army without a standard to rally to. A court cannot be a court without a hall. A family cannot be a family without a home. Izuku listened to them all, a faint, weary smile on his face. He sat on the sofa, a notebook open in his lap, but the page was blank. For days, his mind had been a whirlwind. The memories of Odin were no longer fragmented flashes but a flowing river, a torrent of knowledge from a life lived across millennia. He remembered forging mountains and stirring oceans. He recalled the intricate political maneuvering of the 9 realms, the quiet wisdom shared with Mimir's head, the boisterous feasts in Valhalla's halls. And he remembered the deep, abiding ache of a king without a kingdom, a wanderer who sacrificed everything for a wisdom he could never fully use to save his own people from their fate. That last part was the memory that now guided him. He would not repeat the mistakes of his past life. Odin had been reactive, always seeking knowledge to prevent a future that was already written. Izuku would be proactive. He would not seek to prevent a fate. He would forge a new one. Gondal is right, Izuku said, his voice quiet but carrying an authority that made the wrestling twins pause and even Brynhildr turn from the window. We need more than a place to stay. We need a foundation, a sanctuary, a place that is not of this world, yet rooted within it. A symbol of what we are. Thrud looked at him, her expression earnest. A big house. Izuku's smile became genuine. Something like that, Thrud. But one we build ourselves. Not with steel and concrete, but with will and power. A place that will answer to us, and only to us. He closed his eyes, accessing the vast library of his past life's knowledge. He saw it, not as a memory, but as a blueprint. A fortress grown, not built. A place of impossible geometry. Sustained by the very lifeblood of the earth, hidden from all but the most perceptive or the most foolish. Odin had many halls, Izuku explained, his voice taking on the sonorous quality of a storyteller. Gladsheim, Valashulf, but the power that sustained them was drawn from the world tree, Yggdrasil. The tree is gone, but its roots ran through all of creation. Its echoes remain here, in this world. Faint lines of telluric energy, what modern mystics call ley lines. Where they converge, the earth is strong. The veil between worlds is thin. There, we can plant a new seed. Gondu. El's eyes lit up with intellectual fervor. A self-sustaining dimensional enclave anchored to a nexus of telluric energy. Of course, it would be invisible to technological surveillance and shielded most forms of spatial quirk interference. All-Father, your wisdom is just a memory for now, Izuku interrupted gently. We need to make it real. Gondal, can you find such a place? Remote, powerful, and untouched. Her fingers became a blur. Already found it. There is a mountain range approximately 70 kilometers west of Musudafu. Officially designated as a national park, but its interior is notoriously difficult to navigate due to anomalous magnetic fields and treacherous terrain. It has been left largely undeveloped. The geological surveys show nothing of interest, but my arcane sensors, they scream. 3 major ley lines converge on the mountain's highest, unnamed peak. Then that's where we go, Izuku declared, standing up. The blank page in his notebook suddenly seemed like an invitation. Pack what you need. We're moving house. Locke and Herja let out a whoop of genuine excitement, their wrestling match forgotten. Finally, some action. Brynhildr gave a single, sharp nod, her approval absolute. Thrud simply asked, will the new house have a big kitchen? The biggest, Izuku promised, the weight of a king settling more comfortably on his shoulders. He was no longer just reacting to the USJ, the HPSC, or Stain. He was making his first true move as Odin reborn. He was building his Asgard. The journey to the mountain was a study in contrasts. They traveled in a nondescript black van, another of Gondal's procurements, blending in with the mundane flow of traffic. Inside, however, the atmosphere was anything but mundane. Locke and Herja had claimed the back, starting a fiercely competitive game of arm wrestling that caused the vehicle to rock slightly at every stoplight. Thrud sat between them, acting as a stoic referee and consuming an entire rotisserie. Chicken she had liberated from a grocery store. Brynhildr sat in the passenger seat, a silent, watchful sentinel, her eyes scanning the road with a vigilance that would put a Secret Service agent to shame. Izuku drove, with Gondal beside him navigating, her laptop synced to the van's GPS. The digital map was overlaid with her own shimmering, holographic display of glowing blue lines, marking the flow of the Earth's energy. The ambient energy is increasing exponentially, Gondal murmured, her expression one of academic delight. The magnetic interference is a byproduct of the concentrated power. It's no wonder this area was never developed. Standard electronics would fail within kilometers of the nexus. It's perfect, Izuku said, his hand steady on the wheel. He could feel it now, not just as a concept from Odin's memory, but as a thrumming sensation in his own bones. It was a deep, resonant hum, the sleeping heartbeat of the planet. They left the paved road behind, the van's powerful engine handling the rough dirt track with ease. Soon, even the track disappeared, and they were forced to continue on foot. The air grew crisp and cool, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. The forest was ancient, the trees thick and gnarled, their branches forming a dense canopy that dappled the ground in shades of green and gold. The twins' boisterous energy was tempered by the profound silence of the woods, their voices dropping to respectful whispers. After an hour of hiking, they reached the peak. It wasn't a sharp, dramatic summit, but a wide, flattened plateau of exposed gray stone, surrounded by a crown of ancient, wind-swept trees. The view was breathtaking, a panoramic vista of rolling hills and distant cityscapes. But the true spectacle was invisible. The air here was alive, crackling with a palpable energy that made the hairs on Izuku's arms stand on end. This is the place, he breathed, stepping into the center of the plateau. The ground beneath his feet felt like the deck of a great ship, humming with power. What are your orders, All-Father? Brynhildr asked, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Izuku took a deep breath. This was it, the moment of creation. He knelt, pressing his palm flat against the cold stone. He wasn't just Izuku Midoriya anymore, the boy who analyzed heroes. He was Odin, the All-Father, the weaver of runes, the shaper of worlds. He let the river of memory flow into him, not just the knowledge, but the feeling, the confidence, the power, the sheer, unadulterated will of a god. Gondal, mark the perimeter. The outer warding circle, a radius of 100 meters. Locke, Herja, patrol the perimeter. Let nothing living disturb us. Thrud, you are the anchor. Stand at the northern point. If the energy spikes, ground it. Brynhildr, stay with me. I'll need a shield. They moved without question, their movements efficient and purposeful. Thrud took her position, planting her feet as if she could wrestle the mountain itself into submission. The twins melted into the trees, their presence fading into the background hum of the forest. Gondal walked the edge of the plateau, her fingers tracing glowing runes in the air that settled onto the ground like frost. Izuku remained at the center, Brynhildr standing a few paces behind him, a steadfast guardian. He closed his eyes, focusing his consciousness, reaching down, 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 past the stone and soil, into the vibrant, flowing heart of the ley lines. He found the nexus, a blindingly bright confluence of three immense rivers of pure energy. He took hold of them with his will. The world went silent. Then, He began to draw. Not with his hands, but with his power. He pulled a thread of energy from the nexus and etched the first great rune into the bedrock of the plateau. Fehu, the rune of wealth and power, the foundation. The stone beneath them glowed with a soft golden light. Then came Othala, the rune of home and inheritance. He wove it around the first. And the golden light deepened, solidifying. A sense of belonging permeated the air, a feeling of ancient permanence. He worked faster, his mind a nexus of calculation and instinct. Avaz, the rune of the yew tree, of defense and connection. Aljas, the rune of protection. Burkano, the rune of growth and new beginnings. He layered them, intertwined them, forged them into a single, complex runic matrix that covered the entire plateau. The air grew thick and heavy, charged like the moment before a lightning strike. The sky above darkened, clouds swirling into a vortex directly overhead. Now, Izuku whispered, and he opened the floodgates. He didn't just draw on the ley lines anymore, he became a conduit for them. An unimaginable torrent of raw, planetary power surged up into him. It was a force that would have atomized any mortal man, but his divine nature absorbed it, processed it, and gave it shape. He threw his head back and screamed, not in pain, but in exertion and ecstasy. As the power flowed through him and out into the runic circle, the ground groaned, the plateau shook, and then, from the very stone, something began to rise. It was not a building being constructed. It was a living thing being born. Great pillars of gray stone, interwoven with the living wood of immense, silver-barked trees, twisted up towards the sky. Walls of shimmering, obsidian-like material flowed into existence. Runes glowing on their surface like pulsing veins. Arches and causeways that defied gravity connected towers that seemed both ancient and hyper-modern. It was a fusion of Norse myth and futuristic architecture, a fortress sanctuary that was as much a part of the mountain as the stone it grew from. But the act of creation was a violent one. Izuku was pouring not just planetary energy into it, but his own life force, his divine essence, to give it a soul. The living wood began to splinter, the glowing runes flickered erratically, and the very structure groaned as if in agony. The sheer amount of life energy he was channeling was becoming unstable, a nascent star on the verge of collapsing into a black hole. All Father! Brynhildr shouted, her voice laced with alarm. She took a step forward, her shield raised as if she could deflect reality itself. It is too much. You will unmake yourself. Izuku's vision was blurring, his consciousness fraying. He could feel his creation tearing itself apart. He had the will, the knowledge, the power, but he lacked the gentle touch. Odin had been a god of wisdom, war, and magic, but not of life itself. He was a creator, but not a nurturer. The fortress needed a heart, and he was trying to give it his own, and it was breaking him. Just as a cascade of cracks began to race up the central tower, a new light appeared. It was not the raw gold of Izuku's power, but a gentle, verdant green, soft as new leaves in spring. It descended from the swirling clouds above, a column of tranquil energy that bathed the chaotic scene in a soothing glow. At the center of the light, a figure materialized. A woman, tall and slender, with hair the color of rich soil and eyes like clear jade. She wore simple, flowing robes of green and white, embroidered with patterns of leaves and flowers. In her hands, she held no weapon, only a single, white lily that seemed to glow with its own inner luminescence. She radiated an aura of profound peace and vitality, a stark contrast to the raw, untamed power surging from Izuku. She took one look at the groaning, fracturing fortress and the straining boy at its center, and a look of deep compassion crossed her face. She glided forward, her feet barely touching the ground, and knelt beside Izuku. She placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. The moment she touched him, a wave of calming, healing energy flowed into him, quenching the fire that threatened to consume him. It was cool and rejuvenating, like a drink of pure spring water on a parched day. She then reached out her other hand, pressing it against the central tower of the rising fortress. Her power, unlike Izuku's, was not a torrent. It was a gentle, pervasive weaving. The verdant light spread from her hand, flowing through every stone and timber of the sanctuary. Where it passed, the splintering wood healed, the cracking stone fused back together, and the flickering runes stabilized into a steady, healthy pulse. She wasn't fueling the creation. She was guiding it, harmonizing it, transforming the raw, chaotic life force into a stable, thriving ecosystem. The groans of the fortress softened into a gentle hum of contentment. The last stone settled into place. The last rune found its final, perfect rhythm. The clouds parted, and sunlight streamed down, glinting off the impossible architecture. It was finished. It was whole. It was alive. Izuku collapsed, the sudden cessation of the energy flow leaving him utterly spent. Brynhildr was at his side in an instant, but the newcomer was faster. The serene woman cradled Izuku's head in her lap, stroking his hair. She brought the white lily to his lips, and a single drop of impossibly pure dew fell from it, landing on his tongue. Vitality surged through him, chasing away the exhaustion and leaving him feeling refreshed and whole. He opened his eyes and looked up at the compassionate face above him. Who? She gave him a gentle, reassuring smile. The All-Father gives life. But life must be tended. It is my purpose, my honor. She bowed her head gracefully. I am Ire, the first of your healers. I am here to mend what is broken, and to nurture what grows. I answer your call, my lord. Brynhildr stared, her warrior's heart struggling to comprehend this new, gentle form of divine power. Gondal approached, her analytical gaze softening with wonder. Thrud and the twins emerged from the forest, their jaws slack at the sight of the magnificent fortress that now stood where a barren plateau had been moments before. Izuku looked from Ire's kind face to the grand structure that was now their home. He pushed himself into a sitting position, a sense of profound awe washing over him. Welcome, Ire, he said, his voice filled with gratitude. Welcome to Yggdrasil's branch. Quote, the inside of Yggdrasil's branch was even more of a marvel than the outside. The great entrance doors, carved from the silver bark wood and inlaid with glowing runes, swung open silently at Izuku's approach, revealing the great hall. It was a vast, cathedral-like space. The ceiling was a vaulted dome of interwoven wood and living crystal that mimicked the sky outside, showing the sun and clouds by day, and the stars and moons by night. A massive, circular hearth dominated the center of the room, a pillar of smokeless, warm flame already crackling merrily within. Long trestle tables and benches of polished oak were arranged around it, ready to seat 100 warriors, though for now their small group seemed lost in the sheer scale of the place. For the next several hours, they explored their new home. The fortress was a labyrinth of corridors that shifted subtly according to the inhabitants' needs, of grand chambers and cozy nooks. It felt ancient and wise, yet clean and new. Locke and Herja, with shouts of pure glee, discovered the training grounds. It was an enormous arena, open to the sky but shielded by a shimmering energy barrier. The floor could be commanded to change, simulating any terrain from a rocky wasteland to a dense forest. An entire wing was dedicated to being an armory, already filled with racks of ethereal weapons, spears, axes, swords, and shields that shimmered in and out of existence, waiting for a hand to grasp them and give them form. The twins were in heaven, their immediate initiation of a no-holds-barred brawl echoing through the halls. Gondal, meanwhile, found her personal paradise in the library. It was not a place of books, but a circular chamber lined with glowing crystals. By touching a crystal and focusing her intent, she could access vast swaths of Odin's stored knowledge, projecting it as readable, holographic text in the air before her. Her initial, reserved wonder quickly gave way to a feverish scholarly excitement as she realized she had access to the arcane and scientific history of 9 realms. She sank into a plush chair and was immediately lost to the world. Thrud, after a brief and successful search, located the kitchens. They were a marvel of divine engineering, a mix of cavernous hearths for roasting whole beasts and sleek, modern appliances that could synthesize any food item imaginable. Her delighted proclamation that she was going to make a victory feast was followed by the sounds of thunderous chopping. Ire was drawn to the fortress's courtyards and balconies, where terraced gardens were already beginning to sprout. With a hum of concentration and a wave of her hand, she coaxed the plants into vibrant life. Exotic, glowing flowers bloomed, herbs with restorative properties unfurled their leaves, and the branches of young apple trees began to bear golden fruit. Her presence turned the fortress from a mere bastion of power into a place of life and healing. Izuku, accompanied by the ever-present Brynhildr, found his way to the heart of the fortress, the All-Father's study. It was a high, circular room at the peak of the central tower, with a 360-degree view of the surrounding landscape through walls of transparent crystal. In the center of the room was a simple but elegant throne carved from the same living wood as the fortress walls, with the Gingnir, his divine spear, resting in a stand beside it. It was not a throne of ostentatious power, but one of quiet contemplation and command. He sat down, the worn wood feeling strangely familiar beneath his hands. From here, he could feel the entire fortress, every beat of its life, every footstep of his Valkyries. He could feel the flow of the ley lines beneath him, a constant, steady source of immense power. "It is a worthy seat, my lord," Brynhildr said, her voice soft with reverence as she stood guard by the door. "It's a lot," Izuku admitted, looking at his own small, scarred hands resting on the arm of the throne. He was still just Izuku Midoriya, a 16-year-old boy. Yet he was also Odin, king of Asgard. He was the lord of this impossible fortress and the master of 6. And counting divine warrior maidens who had sworn their lives to him. The dichotomy was staggering. He was no longer just a participant in the world's events. By creating this place, he had carved out his own territory. He had planted a flag. He was no longer a hero in training or a vigilante. He was a power unto himself. A king with a fledgling kingdom. The thought was both terrifying and exhilarating. He looked out at the distant, hazy skyline of the cities he had left behind, and for the first time, he felt a sense of true separation. He was no longer one of them. He was their guardian, their watcher, and perhaps, one day, their ruler. Far beneath the streets of Camino Ward, in a sterile chamber filled with life support equipment and glowing monitors, a man without a face felt the world shift on its axis. All for One had been in a state of deep contemplation since the sports festival. The boy, Izuku Midoriya, was an anomaly that defied every category in his vast mental index of quirks. The raw power was one thing. He had seen power before. But it was the nature of the power that disturbed him. The sudden appearance of the spear at the USJ, the effortless shutdown of Hawks and his team. The casual domination of the festival, and the absolute ideological certainty he displayed when confronting Stain. This was not the behavior of someone who had just manifested a new quirk. It was the behavior of someone who was remembering how to use an ancient and terrible strength. Doctor, All for One's voice, filtered through a dozen speakers, was a calm, chilling rasp. Dr. Kyudai Garaki, ever loyal, scurried to his master's side. Yes, Lord Shigaraki. The energy readings from the Western Mountain Range. Report. The doctor adjusted his glasses, sweat beading on his brow. It's impossible, my lord. We registered a spike in telluric radiation that surpassed a nuclear detonation, yet there was no seismic event, no fallout. The energy was patterned, deliberate. It coalesced, stabilized, and then formed a persistent, localized distortion in reality. Our sensors can't penetrate it. It's like a blind spot on the map of the world. All for One processed this. A blind spot. A place he could not see. Could not touch. Could not influence. An act of creation on a scale that dwarfed any quirk he had ever stolen or witnessed. It could only be one person. He has built a nest, All for One mused. The idea was almost quaint and deeply insulting. This world was his. Every shadow, every political dealing, every hero and every villain. They were all pieces on his board. He was the king, moving in the darkness, waiting for the perfect moment to declare checkmate against society itself. And now, a new piece had appeared on the board. A piece that was carving out its own territory, ignoring the rules of the game entirely. This wasn't a new All Might, a reactive symbol to be worn down and broken. This was a rival king. A king requires a castle, All for One continued, a cold, predatory amusement entering his tone. But a castle's walls must be tested. He had spent decades perfecting his Nomu. They were more than weapons, they were statements. The Creatu, resent to the USJ, was designed to kill All Might through brute force. But against this new power, brute force was clearly insufficient. Something more, insidious was required. Prepare the Harbinger, All for One commanded. Dr. Garaki's blood ran cold. My lord. But it's unstable. Its sensory quirks are in a constant state of flux. It tears itself apart just by perceiving the world around it. We haven't even finished the cognitive dampening. It does not need to be stable. It does not need to think, all for one interrupted. It only needs to see. I want to know what is behind that veil. Send it. I want to test the walls of this new Asgard. In a reinforced sub-level, a containment unit hissed open. A creature unfolded itself from the darkness. It was not a hulking brute like the USJ Nomu. It was slender, almost skeletal, its skin a mottled gray and black. It had no face, only a series of crystalline lenses that constantly shifted and whirred, focusing and refocusing on different spectrums of reality. Multiple, spindly arms ended not in hands, but in twitching antennae and quivering sensor arrays. Its primary quirks were a high-speed regeneration, a spatial warping ability that allowed it to create localized wormholes for movement, and its most terrifying power, all-spectrum perception. It could see everything: heat, energy, souls, weaknesses, fear. And to it, the world was a constant, screaming cacophony of information that drove it into a state of perpetual agony and rage. With a shriek that was both physical and psychic, the Harbinger Nomu sliced open a hole in reality and stepped through. Its destination locked on to the only place in the world that was silent to its senses, Yggdrasil's branch. The first warning was not a sound, but a feeling. A sudden, jarring silence in the ambient hum of the fortress. Gondal was the first to react, a gasp escaping her lips as the holographic runes in the library flickered and died. A wave of anti-energy, of pure negation, had washed over their sanctuary. An alarm, not a blaring siren but a deep, resonant chime like a great bell, tolled through the halls. In the training arena, Locke and Herja froze mid-swing. In the kitchen, Thrud dropped a side of beef. In the garden, Ayer's flowers wilted. In the throne room, Izuku shot to his feet, his hand instinctively gripping Dingnur. Brynhildr, wards are holding, but they are being corroded, she reported, her eyes wide with shock. Something is eating the magic. And then it was there. Not outside the walls, but inside the Great Hall. It hadn't broken through the wards. It had simply bypassed the dimension they occupied, stepping into the heart of their home. The Harbinger Nomu stood beside the central hearth, its crystalline lenses whirring as it took in the impossible reality around it. The smokeless flame of the hearth sputtered and died in its presence. Valkyries, to me, Izuku's voice boomed with the All-Father's command, echoing through the fortress. In seconds, they were there, converging on the Great Hall from all directions, weapons materializing in their hands. Thrud barreled in, her fists crackling with power. Locke and Herja flanked the creature, their axes humming. Gondal took a position behind Izuku, her hands already weaving complex illusions. Ayer remained at the edge of the conflict, her gentle power ready to mend, while Brynhildr stood before Izuku. Her shield a bulwark of divine steel. The Nomu let out another psychic shriek, and the crystalline ceiling of the hall cracked. It saw them. It saw the golden light of their divine souls. The intricate patterns of their powers, the faint traces of fear in their hearts. It was all too much. It attacked. It didn't charge. It simply vanished and reappeared directly behind Thrud, one of its spindly limbs blurring into a blade aimed at her neck. But Thrud, for all her simple demeanor, had the combat instincts of a god. She didn't turn. She slammed her elbow back, a shockwave of pure force erupting from the point of impact. The Nomu was hurled across the hall, crashing into a stone pillar. But before it even hit, it was regenerating. The shattered limb reformed as it flew through the air. It warped space again, appearing amidst Locke and Herja. The twins were ready, a whirlwind of steel, but their axes passed through empty air as the Nomu blinked in and out of existence. Its movements too erratic, too random. It was a glitch in reality, impossible to pin down. It perceives our attacks before we make them. Gondal called out, her illusions shimmering ND failing as the creature's senses cut through them. It adapts to our tactics in real time. The Nomu lashed out, and this time a dozen spatial fissures opened around the Valkyries. The very floor of the Great Hall twisted and warped. Brynhildr held her ground, her shield absorbing the distortion around her and Izuku, but the others were thrown off balance. The creature was a perfect counter to their coordinated might, its chaotic nature unraveling their battlefield cohesion. It lunged for what it perceived as the weakest link, Ayer. Its bladed limb stretched, crossing the hull in a heartbeat, aimed straight for the healer's heart. This was a fatal mistake. It mistook gentleness for weakness. Thrud roared and moved with impossible speed, intercepting the blow with her own body. The blade struck her arm. And for the first time, a Valkyrie's blood was spilled on the floor of their new home. The wound was deep, but Thrud merely grunted, grabbing the Nomu's limb with her other hand. "Got you," she growled. The Nomu tried to warp away, but Thrud's grip was absolute. It was anchored. "Now," Brynhildr commanded. Locke and Herja charged, their axes glowing with pent-up fury. But just as their blades were about to fall, the Nomu's exposed brain pulsed, and it unleashed a powerful psychic scream directly into their minds. The twins staggered, clutching their heads, the glorious sounds of battle in their minds replaced by a screeching wall of white noise. The creature was about to exploit the opening, to rip itself free from Thrud's grasp and finish the twins, when a new sound cut through the chaos. It was the sharp, piercing whistle of something moving faster than sound, faster than thought. A spear of pure, white gold light shot down from the cracked ceiling, striking the Nomu square in the back. It punched through its torso, pinning it to the stone floor and erupting in a blast of blindingly pure energy. The psychic assault on the twins ceased. A figure landed silently in the center of the hall, her armored boots making barely a sound. She was clad in practical, interlocking plates of silver armor over a dark blue bodysuit. Her helmet was sleek and angular, with a T-shaped visor. And her auburn hair was tied back in a severe, functional ponytail. She held no weapon, for her weapon was still embedded in their foe. Her posture was all sharp angles and coiled readiness. She was not a berserker, a strategist, or a shield. She was a projectile. She was a living spearhead. She looked at the pinned, screeching Nomu, then at Izuku. She slammed a fist against her chest plate in a crisp salute. "The perimeter has been breached. The nest is under attack." Her voice was clear, professional, and devoid of flourish. Garolul, the spear charger, reporting for duty, All-Father. Objective: threat neutralization. Before Izuku could even respond, she moved. She blurred forward, plucking a shimmering spear of light from the air. The Harbinger, still pinned by the first spear, tried to warp its limbs to attack her, but Garolul's movements were too precise. She didn't engage in a brawl, she dismantled it. Her spear darted out, severing a limb. She sidestepped a spatial tear, severing another. She moved in a perfect, deadly dance around the pinned creature, working in tandem with the other Valkyries who now, with a focused target, rallied. Thrud held it down. Brynhildr shielded them from its desperate energy blasts. Locke and Herja, recovered, hacked away with renewed vigor. Garolul was the tip of the spear. Her every strike was a critical hit, aimed at joint, nerve cluster, or power center. She saw the creature not as a foe to be crushed, but as a machine to be taken apart. Its core, Izuku yelled, his own divine sight finally piercing Nomu's chaotic aura to see the cluster of artificial quirks in its chest. It draws power from a central core. Garolul nodded once. She planted her feet, and her spear dissolved. She held her hands out, and a new spear of blindingly intense energy formed between them. This one was different, thicker, heavier, humming with so much power it distorted the air around it. "Thrud, hold it fast." Brynhildr, full shield, Garolul commanded, her voice cutting through the din. The other Valkyries obeyed without hesitation. She launched herself forward, becoming a living projectile, a streak of white gold fury. She drove the spear straight into the Nomu's chest, through the original wound. There was a moment of absolute silence. Then Izuku acted. He slammed the butt of Gingnur onto the floor. Hagalas. The rune of destructive hail flared to life on the floor beneath the Nomu. But it wasn't ice that erupted. It was pure, unmaking energy. It swarmed up the creature's body, drawn to the conduit of Garolul's spear. The Nomu's regeneration faltered. The all-spectrum perception shattered. The stolen quirk sputtered and died. With a final, silent scream, the Harbinger Nomu dissolved into dust, leaving only two glowing spears of light that faded into nothing. The great hall was silent, the only sounds the heavy breathing of the warriors and the gentle hum as Ire stepped forward, her green light washing over Thrud's wounded arm, sealing it without a scar. Garolul stood over the spot where the Nomu had been, her posture still coiled and ready. She turned to face Izuku, dispelled her helmet with a thought, and then dropped to one knee. "Threat neutralized," she reported, her head bowed. My spear is yours to command, All-Father. Izuku looked around at the 7 powerful women now gathered in his hall. His family, his army. He looked at the cracked ceiling, the scorch marks on the floor, and the faint dusting of ash. His home had been violated. His family had been threatened. In his dark sanctuary, All for One watched the Harbinger's life signal flatline. The final data packet it had transmitted was a chaotic mess of sensory information, but through the noise, he saw it all: the stone and living wood. The 7 divine women, and the boy on the throne, radiating a power that was anathema to everything he had built. Dr. Garaki was trembling. A failure, my lord. It was destroyed in minutes. The loss of those quirks. All for One began to laugh. It was a soft, dry, terrible sound. It was not a laugh of amusement, but of pure, unadulterated excitement. Failure, Doctor, he rasped. No, this was the most successful experiment I have conducted in a century. He now knew. He had seen the heart of his enemy's fortress. He had measured the strength of his guards. And most importantly, he understood the nature of the game he was now in. This was not a war against heroes and their flimsy ideals. This was not a battle for control of Japan's underworld. This was a war of kings. A clash of mythologies. His own carefully crafted pantheon of Nomu and stolen quirks against an ancient power reborn. The long-term plans will need adjustments, All for One said. His hidden smile stretching from ear to ear. All Might was a pillar, Doctor. Strong, but brittle, easy to break. This boy, he is a seed. And he has planted himself in my garden. He would have to uproot him. And it was going to be glorious. Chapter 6. Mist and Scheduled. The broadcast was a declaration of war. Not on a nation, or even on the heroes, but on an idea, the fragile concept of peace. That had been propped up by the singular pillar of All Might for a generation. From a clandestine bar in the shadowy recesses of Kamino Ward, Shigaraki Tamura's raspy voice filtered through the television's cheap speakers. Scraped against the tranquility of Yggdrasil's branch like sandpaper on silk. We will make you see that your structured society is as flimsy as a house of cards, he sneered. His disembodied hand obscuring his face, a gesture of macabre theatrics. The camera focused on Katsuki Bakugo, chained and defiant, his explosive glare a beacon of pure, unadulterated rage. Inside the branch's central living space, a vast chamber of living wood and flowing water beneath a crystalline ceiling that mirrored the real night sky, the Valkyries watched in silence. Brynhildr stood with her arms crossed, her silver armor seeming to absorb the light of the room, her expression one of cold analysis. Gondal sat poised on a sofa carved from a single bough, her fingers steepled, her mind already running 1,000 strategic simulations. Locke and Herja were practically vibrating with a mixture of outrage and battle lust, their knuckles white where they gripped the hilts of phantom weapons. Thrud, massive and immovable, had a low growl rumbling in her chest, a sound like distant thunder. Ire, ever the pacifist, watched with a deep sadness in her eyes, while Garulul kept a Han. D near the spear that was never far from her side, her gaze sharp and predatory. Izuku Midoriya stood before the massive, wall-sized screen, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. The boy who would have been panicking, scribbling frantic notes, and trying to decipher the villain's intent was gone. In his place stood the All-Father reborn, his gaze distant, his mind processing information on a level far beyond human comprehension. He wasn't just seeing the broadcast, he was feeling it. A tremor in the skeins of fate, a dissonant chord in the grand symphony of the world. This was more than a simple villain plot. It was a catalyst. He is a puppet, Izuku said, his voice calm but carrying an unnatural resonance that made the air hum. Shigaraki is a tool, sharpened for a single purpose. But the hand that wields him, that is where the true danger lies. All for One, Brynhildr stated, her tone flat. The boogeyman of this age. He seeks to reclaim his throne. No, Izuku corrected, turning away from the screen. His one good eye, the other still clouded with the golden light of cosmic wisdom, seemed to pierce through the veil of reality. He seeks to, yes. But he is not the one orchestrating this. He is a piece on the board, just as All Might is. A powerful piece, a king, perhaps. But another player is moving the kings. He looked at his gathered council, his family. Kai. The name fell into the silence with the weight of a lead ingot. They had felt his presence before, a chaotic, trickster energy that flickered at the edges of major events. The empowered gang, the par. A Psychic rune beneath the sports festival stadium, subtle moves, tests. This was different. This was an overture. He means to break the old world, Gondal deduced, her voice a soft whisper of understanding. He will bring the two pillars of this era, all might and all for one, to a single location and force them to shatter against each other. In the ensuing power vacuum, he will reveal himself and challenge me directly. Izuku finished. He wishes to burn the board and start a new game with new rules. Our rules. A savage grin split Herja's face. Finally, a real fight. This isn't a game, Herja, Brynhildr admonished. Her voice sharp. This is the birth of a new age, and births are bloody, messy affairs. All father, what are your orders? Izuku closed his eye, the fragmented memories of Odin swirling within him. He saw battles that spanned galaxies, gambits that decided the fate of realms, and the weary burden of a king who had seen too many ages rise and fall. This was not Asgard. These were not frost giants or fire demons. This was a world of fragile mortals, caught in the clash of titans they could not possibly comprehend. He could not act as Odin the war god. He had to be Odin the wise. The heroes will move to rescue the boy, Bakugo, Izuku mused aloud. They will be led by All Might. All for One will anticipate this. He will lay a trap. This is the stage Kai has set. We will not play our part according to his script. We do not intervene. Thrud rumbled, sounding disappointed. We intervene on our own terms, Izuku clarified, his eye snapping open, glowing with faint runic light. Kai's plan relies on control. He will use the chaos of the battle as a smokescreen. His greatest weapon tonight will not be force, but deception. He will turn Kamino Ward into his personal playground of lies. That is his weakness. He will become so enamored with his own cleverness, he will not see the truth until it is standing right in front of him. He turned to his Valkyries. Brynhildr, Thrud, you are with me. We are the spearhead. Gondal, you will coordinate from here. Use your scrying to monitor the entire ward. Be our eyes and ears. Ire, Garolul, Locke, Herja, you are the reserve. If Gondal sees a flank collapsing or civilians in dire need, you will be our rapid response. We will not be heroes tonight. We will not be villains. We will be arbiters. We will let the old world have its final, bloody battle, and when the dust settles, we will confront the one responsible for the carnage. His gaze was hard, his jaw set. The weight of his decision settled over the room. He was consciously choosing to let a devastating battle unfold, to allow the symbol of peace to burn himself out, all for the sake of a greater strategic goal. It was a cold, calculated, kingly decision. The boy who wanted to save everyone was well and truly gone, replaced by the god who knew that some things had to be broken to be remade. Kamino Ward was screaming. It wasn't just the sound of panicked civilians or the distant crump of explosions. The very air seemed to shriek with a discordant, maddening energy. Kai stood atop a skyscraper overlooking the district, a slight, almost boyish figure in a simple dark green jacket and black jeans. His hands were in his pockets, his head tilted with the curious air of a conductor listening to his orchestra warm up. Below him, his symphony of chaos was just beginning. With a thought, he released the first wave of his power. It wasn't a blast of energy or a physical force, but something far more insidious. A blanket of pure, refined illusion, woven with threads of psychic resonance, descended upon the ward. It was a masterpiece of deception, a multi-sensory assault designed to unmake reality itself. On one street corner, a group of fleeing office workers suddenly saw the asphalt bubble and melt, impossibly morphing into the gaping maw of a colossal serpent. Their screams were real, their terror palpable, even as they ran from something that existed only in their minds. A few blocks away, a team of pro-heroes arriving as first responders found themselves battling a horde of what appeared to be low-grade Nomu, only to exhaust themselves fighting phantoms while the real League of Villains members slipped past them unnoticed. The scent of brimstone filled the air in one plaza, the chilling whispers of the damned echoed in an alleyway in another. Every fear, every anxiety of the collective unconscious was being given form and sound and smell. Kai smiled, a genuine, delighted expression. This was art. He wasn't just creating images. He was hijacking the senses, turning the human mind against itself. The runic array he'd planted under the sports festival stadium had been a magnificent success, siphoning the raw, potent emotional energy of millions, hope, fear, excitement, rage, and storing it within him. Now, he was painting with it, using the very emotional spectrum of humanity as his palette. He watched as the heroes' communications broke down. How could they coordinate when one hero was reporting a giant tearing down a building that his partner couldn't see? How could they rescue civilians who were cowering from monsters that weren't there? It was beautifully, exquisitely chaotic. He was not merely sowing confusion, he was dissolving the very concept of a shared reality. In a world where no one could trust their own eyes, order became impossible. This was the core of his philosophy, the truth he, as Loki, had always understood. Order was a lie, a comfortable, stagnant, beautiful lie told by the likes of Odin to keep everyone in their neat little boxes. True freedom, true evolution, came from chaos, from the unpredictable, the impossible, the shattering of all expectations. He was a liberator, an artist of anarchy. And tonight, his gallery was opening to the world. His gaze drifted to the warehouse district where he knew All for One was waiting. The old monster was a relic, a blunt instrument. He thought he was in control, that the League was his tool. He had no idea he was merely the centerpiece of tonight's exhibit, the primary catalyst for the reaction Kai intended to create. And soon, the other catalyst would arrive. He could feel it, a steady, orderly thrum of power cutting through the static of his chaos. A single, focused point of divine energy in a sea of madness. Odin was coming. Let's see how your precious balance holds up when the very ground beneath your feet is a lie, old man, Kai whispered to the wind, his smile widening. The game had truly begun. The moment they stepped into Kamino Ward, it was like plunging into a fever dream. Izuku and his two Valkyries appeared not with a thunderclap or a flash of light, but with a subtle distortion of space. Stepping from a fold in reality directly onto a rooftop several blocks from the main conflict zone. The air was thick and cloying, tasting of static and fear. By the 9 realms, Thrud breathed, her knuckles white around the handle of her massive warhammer, Mjolnir, which she'd manifested from pure divine energy. What is this madness? Below them, the world had gone insane. A building seemed to be weeping tears of blood. The streetlights flickered, casting shadows that writhed and danced like living things. A cacophony of impossible sounds assaulted them, the roar of a leviathan, the chattering of insects the size of cars. The laughter of a cruel god. Izuku's divine senses were being overwhelmed, 1,000 false inputs screaming for his attention. It was like trying to find a single note in a hurricane of noise. This is his power, Izuku said, his voice tight. He focused his all-sight, the golden glow in his eye intensifying. The world shimmered, and for a moment, he could see the shimmering threads of green and gold energy that formed the illusion, a vast, complex net cast over the entire district. It was anchored to the minds of every living being within its radius, feeding on their fear and reinforcing itself. He's not just projecting images. He's weaving a new reality over the old one. Brynhilder's expression was grim. Her shield was on her arm, her sword in her hand. A formidable weapon. It turns our greatest strength, our senses, into a vulnerability. How do we fight what we cannot trust to be real? They watched as a hero they recognized, the wood-wielding Kamui Woods, launched himself towards a crumbling building, only to become entangled in what he perceived to be giant, thorny vines. But to Izuku's sight, he was simply wrapping himself in his own branches, trapped by a phantom. This was the trap. Kai wasn't trying to kill them with illusions. He was trying to paralyze them, to make them irrelevant, caught in a web of lies while the real battle played out according to his design. Raw power was useless here. Thrud could level a city block, but what good was that if she couldn't tell which city block was real? We need clarity, Izuku stated, his mind racing through ancient lore. Through the fragmented memories of his past life. He remembered a hall of shimmering fog, a throne veiled in vapor. He remembered a figure who could walk between roofs and falsehoods as easily as a mortal could walk between rooms. A name surfaced, a plea, a summons born not of battle lust or strategic need, but of a desperate requirement for truth in a world of lies. He focused his will, not as a command, but as a beacon. He didn't project power, but a single, pure concept, truth, clarity, revelation. He pushed it out into the ether, a silent call for an answer to the suffocating deception that surrounded them. For a moment, nothing happened. The chaos below continued unabated. Then, the air around them grew cold and still. The cacophony of false sounds seemed to mute, replaced by a profound silence. A soft, gray mist, completely incongruous with the smoke and fire of the city, began to coalesce before them. It swirled and thickened, not like a storm cloud, but like silk unfurling in water. From the heart of the mist, a figure stepped forth. She was tall and slender, dressed in simple, flowing gray robes that seemed woven from fog itself. Her hair was the color of silver clouds, and her eyes were a soft, luminous gray, holding a depth that suggested she saw not just the world, but the layers of reality beneath it. She carried no weapon. Her presence was not imposing like Thrud's or commanding like Brynhilder's. It was quiet, an absolute, unshakable calm. She looked at Izuku, and a faint, knowing smile touched her lips. She gave a slight bow, her movements as fluid and silent as the mist from which she'd been born. "The air is thick with lies, All-Father," she said, her voice like the whisper of wind through a quiet glen. "You called for a truth-sayer. I am Mist, and I have answered." Before anyone could react, she raised a hand, her palm open towards the chaotic cityscape. She took a slow, deep breath, and as she exhaled, a visible wave of silver-gray energy expanded from her, silent and inexorable. It was not an attack. It was an unraveling. As the wave passed over the street below, the weeping building stopped crying. Its bloody tears revealed to be nothing more than rust stains from a leaking water pipe. The writhing shadows became still, just ordinary shadows cast by flickering lights. The impossible roars and whispers vanished, replaced by the mundane, terrified screams of people and the distant echo of actual battle. Kamui Woods, a block away, suddenly found himself untangled, looking around in bewildered confusion. The grand illusion, Kai's masterpiece of chaos, was not shattered. It was gently, thoroughly, and completely dissolved. The silver-gray wave expanded for miles, a silent tide of clarity that washed the entire ward clean of deception. Mist had not broken the spell. She had simply reminded reality what it was supposed to be. Thrud stared, her jaw agape. Brynhilder's eyes were wide-wit. Warrior's respect for a power she could not comprehend. This was not the force of a storm or the strength of a sword. It was the absolute, undeniable power of truth itself. Mist lowered her hand, her expression serene. "The canvas is now clean, All-Father. The true monsters may be painted upon it." Izuku looked at her, a profound sense of gratitude and awe washing over him. With a single, effortless act, she had completely dismantled Kai's primary strategy. Now, the battle for Kamino Ward would be fought not with lies, but with steel, and fire, and fists. And in that arena, his Valkyries were unrivaled. With reality reasserted, the true horror of the situation became clear. The ward was a war zone. Pro-heroes, now able to see their true enemies, were engaged in desperate, scattered skirmishes against the League of Villains, Vanguard and a new wave of Nomu, more grotesque and powerful than the one at the USJ. In the distance, a titanic struggle was beginning to unfold, the ground shaking with impacts that could only be two beings of immense power. All Might had found all for one. "Gondal, report," Izuku commanded, his voice now crisp and authoritative. Her voice echoed in his mind, a benefit of their divine connection. "Clarity restored, All-Father. The illusion's collapse has thrown the enemy into disarray. However, the heroes are pinned down in the central plaza. Enda, Aver's team is facing 3 Nomu simultaneously. The situation is grim. We're on our way," Izuku said, turning to his Valkyries. "Thrud, you're with me. Break their front line. Brynhilder, Mist, circle around. Find the civilians. Protect the wounded. Go." There was no hesitation. Thrud let out a booming laugh, the sound a stark contrast to the earlier quiet. "Now we're talking." She hefted Mjolnir and, with a single, mighty leap, launched herself from the rooftop. She didn't fly. She fell with the force and trajectory of a meteor, a streak of divine power aimed at the heart of the plaza. Izuku followed, Gingnir materializing in his hand, its golden tip gleaming. He vaulted into the air, using bursts of runic energy under his feet to propel himself across the city skyline, a far more graceful and controlled descent than his thunderous companion. They landed in the plaza like twin comets. Thrud's impact sent a spiderweb of cracks across the concrete for 50 feet in every direction. Izuku touched down lightly, the ground groaning under the weight of his divinity. They had arrived in the middle of hell. Endeavor, his body wreathed in a furious inferno, was being forced back by a four-armed Nomu with rock-like skin that seemed to absorb the heat. The hero edge shot was a silver blur, trying and failing to find a vital point on a Nomu that could liquefy its body at will. The third monster, a winged horror, was raining down bone projectiles on the other heroes, keeping them suppressed. Need a hand, flame brain. Thrud bellowed, her voice filled with joyous battle lust. Endeavor shot her a look of pure fury and disbelief. Who in the hell are? He didn't get to finish. The four-armed Nomu charged, its fists like battering rams. Thrud met it head-on. She didn't even use her hammer. She simply planted her feet, leaned in, and threw a right hook. The sound was not a punch. It was a sonic boom. The air itself seemed to shatter. The Nomu's charge was not just stopped, it was reversed. The creature, a bio-engineered weapon designed to fight All Might, was launched backward as if hit by a freight train, its rock-like torso visibly caved in. It flew a full 100 yards before crashing into the side of a building, which promptly collapsed on top of it. Silence fell over the plaza, broken only by the crackle of Endeavor's flames. Every hero, every villain, Santa, read at the blonde giantess who was now shaking out her hand as if she'd just swatted a fly. A bit tougher than they look, she commented with a grin. The brief moment of shock was all Izuku needed. He raised Gingnur, its tip glowing. Kanaz, Nothiz, Issa, light, need, ice. A beam of pure, golden light shot from the spear, not an explosion, but a focused ray of absolute zero. It struck the liquid Nomu, and in an instant, the shifting black mass was frozen solid, a grotesque statue of glistening, dark ice. The winged Nomu shrieked and dove at him. Izuku didn't even look at it. He was Alred. Why focusing on the League members scattered behind the monsters? This was when the true spirit of battle, the raw, unadulterated violence of it all, reached a fever pitch. The joy of combat, the roar of bloodlust, the symphony of destruction. It was a song, and it was calling to another of its choir. From a street to the north, where Gran Torino was locked in a high-speed battle with another group of Nomu, a new sound cut through the din. It was a wild, guttural yell of pure, ecstatic rage. A figure burst from the alleyway, moving with a speed that rivaled the veteran heroes. She was built like a predator, all lean muscle and ferocious energy. Her hair was a wild, untamed mane of blood red, and her eyes burned with a berserker's fire. She wore minimal, hardened leather armor, displaying AR-Ms corded with muscle and covered in faded blue war paint tattoos. In her hands, she wielded a colossal, double-headed axe that no normal person should have been able to even lift. She didn't announce herself. She didn't wait for orders. She simply charged the nearest Nomu, her axe a blur of motion. The monster swung a meaty fist, and she ducked under it with a hyena's laugh, her axe swinging up in a devastating arc. It connected with the Nomu's torso, not just cutting, but cleaving. The creature was nearly bisected in a single, gore-splattered blow. She kicked the dying beast off her blade and spun, her wild eyes landing on Izuku and Thrud in the plaza. A grin of blood-crazed camaraderie split her face. Skegjold. Thrud roared in delight, slamming Mjolnir's haft on the ground in salute. Axe time. I was wondering when you'd show up for the party. Wouldn't miss it. The newcomer, Skegjold, yelled back, her voice a gleeful rasp. This one's mine. She charged the winged Nomu just as it recovered, leaping onto its back with impossible agility. The monster tried to shake her off, but she held on like a limpet, her axe rising and falling, hacking off its wings in brutal, bloody strokes. With 3 Nomu dispatched in less than 30 seconds, the tide of the battle had irrevocably turned. The members of the League of Villains, Dabi, Toga, Spinner, stared in horror at the divine reinforcements. This wasn't a hero operation. This was an execution. Izuku stood amidst the carnage, Gingnur held loosely at his side. He watched as Thrud and Skegjold, a whirlwind of hammer and axe, began to systematically dismantle the remaining villains and Nomu with brutal, terrifying efficiency. He felt no pride, no joy in the victory. This was just a necessary, violent equation. And now, it was time to solve for the final variable. He turned his gaze to the ruined buildings in the distance, where the earth-shaking tremors were reaching their crescendo. The final act of the old world's play was taking place, and its director was waiting for him. Kai watched from his perch as his beautiful, chaotic symphony was brutally silenced, first by the quiet wave of truth from the gray-robed woman, then by the cacophonous, violent arrivals of the other two. He wasn't angry, he was fascinated. Mist, the one who parts the veil. Skegjold, the axe age, the berserker. Of course, Odin was gathering his retinue, his aspects. Each Valkyrie was a facet of his own divine nature. Strategy, war, truth, fury. It was all so predictable, so orderly. He felt the approaching presence and turned. Izuku Midoriya landed on the rooftop as silently as mist had appeared. He was alone. His Valkyries were busy cleaning up the mess below, a task they were performing with an efficiency that was almost boring. Kai, Izuku said. The name was not an accusation, but a simple statement of fact. Odin, Kai replied with a theatrical bow. Or should I call you Izuku? I confess, it's all a bit confusing. You wear that mortal shell so convincingly. All the angst, the mumbling, a truly stellar performance. His face was a mask of pleasant charisma, but his eyes, a shifting, mercurial green, danced with ancient, mischievous intelligence. He was an old soul in a young man's body, and the dissonance was unsettling. The games are over, Izuku stated, his grip on Gingnir tightening. The spear seemed to hum in anticipation. You've made your move. Now tell me why. Why? Kai laughed, a bright, genuine sound that was utterly out of place in the war-torn city. Why does the river flow? Why does the storm rage? It is my nature. Look around you, Odin. This world you've found yourself in, it's been choking on peace for a generation. A peace built on lies, propped up by one man. A stagnant pond, growing thicker and murkier by the day. All I've done is thrown a stone in. I've introduced a little chaos. He gestured expansively at the city. Chaos is the engine of change. It's the fire that burns away the rot so new things can grow. You and your kind, you preach order, balance, control. But all order eventually becomes tyranny. All balance becomes stagnation. You build your perfect, gilded cage. And then you wonder why everyone inside forgets how to fly. And your solution is to burn the cage down with everyone still inside it. Izuku countered, his voice dangerously low. Some will get burned, yes. Kai conceded with a shrug. A tragedy, to be sure. But the ones who emerge from the flames, they will be stronger, freer, unbound by your rules, your fates, your grand, boring designs. I am not a villain, Odin. I am a liberator. A tremendous explosion ripped through the air from the direction of All Might's battle, and a swirling vortex of black and red energy erupted into the sky. All for One was making his final, desperate push. You see, Kai said, pointing at the spectacle. The age of monolithic power is ending. The time for singular symbols is over. The future isn't about one man holding up the sky. It's about every man learning to fly on his own, even if it means they crash and burn. I am offering humanity the gift of true, untethered free will. You are offering them a new, shinier cage with a kinder warden. You offer them anarchy. Izuku shot back, his Odin memories supplying him with the words, the arguments of a 1,000-year debate. You call it freedom, but it is the freedom of the wolf in the sheep pen. Without structure, the strong devour the weak. Without balance, the world tears itself apart. I am not offering a cage. I am offering a foundation upon which they can build something real, something lasting. The same foundation that led to Ragnarok. Kai's voice lost its playful edge, replaced by a cold, sharp sting. Don't you remember, old man? Your precious order, your 9 realms bound by the law of Asgard, it all grew so rigid, so predictable, that it had to be destroyed. You needed me then to shake things up, and you need me now. I am the necessary chaos to your suffocating order. We are two sides of the same coin. Then the coin is about to land on its edge, Izuku declared. He took a step forward, and the rooftop beneath his feet groaned. Runic energy, raw and golden, flared to life around him. Kai's grin returned, wider and more dangerous than before. Finally, less talking, more doing. Show me, Izuku Midoriya. Show me what the All-Father has learned after his little nap. Green, chaotic energy erupted around Kai, coalescing into dozens of illusory copies of himself. They all lunged at once, their faces twisted into mocking sneers. Izuku didn't move, he simply closed his eye, and Gingnir pulsed once, a wave of golden light obliterating every illusion instantly. The real Kai was already behind him, a dagger of solidified shadow in his hand aimed at Izuku's neck. Without turning, Izuku swung Gingnir's shaft backward, parrying the strike with a clang of divine metal on solidified chaos. He spun, the spear's tip aimed at Kai's heart, but the trickster dissolved into a flock of green glowing crows that scattered into the night. Their battle was not one of brute force, but of wit and magic. A contest of creation and unmaking. Izuku would cast a binding rune, and Kai would twist its meaning, turning the ethereal chains into harmless, laughing snakes. Kai would alter the rooftop beneath Izuku's feet, turning it to sand. And Izuku would instantly solidify it back into stone with a word of power. It was a dizzying, silent dance of warring concepts. Order versus chaos, truth versus deception, fate versus free will. In the middle of their clash, a new energy spiked, dwarfing everything else. A roar of defiance echoed across the entire city, a cry of a man giving his absolute all. United States of Smash. A column of raw physical power erupted into the sky, so immense it changed the weather patterns, punching a hole through the clouds. The shockwave hit their rooftop a moment later, and even they, divine beings, had to brace themselves. All for one was defeated. The old era was over. In the ensuing quiet, Izuku and Kai stood facing each other, their duel paused. Below, the news helicopters were swarming. Their cameras all focused on one spot, where a skeletal, emaciated figure stood in the wreckage, one arm raised in victory. The symbol of peace was a secret no more. Kai started to clap slowly. A mocking, rhythmic sound. Bravo! A truly spectacular ending. The king is dead. The other king is caged. The board is clear. He looked at Izuku, his expression unreadable. This round is a draw, Odin. I've shattered their precious status quo and revealed myself. You've gathered more of your little soldiers and established yourself as a player. The world now knows that there are gods among them again. And they are terrified. What will you do with that fear? Nurture it. Control it. I will guide them, Izuku said, his voice heavy with the burden he now fully accepted. You will rule them, Kai corrected. Don't lie to yourself. It's what you do. With a final, wry smile, Kai began to fade, his body becoming translucent. The next time we meet, the stage will be bigger. The audience, the whole world. I do hope you'll have some new tricks by then. This old song and dance is getting a bit tired. And then he was gone. Izuku stood alone on the rooftop, the cool night air washing over him. The sounds of sirens and shouting rose from below. The world had been broken tonight. The power vacuum was real. The fear was real. And Kai was right. He, Izuku Midoriya, the All-Father reborn, now stood in the center of it all. He was no longer just a boy with a divine secret. He was a king, a power, a global entity with followers and enemies of a cosmic scale. His Valkyries appeared beside him, Brynhildr, Thrud, Mist, Skegjold, their battles won. They looked from the ruin of the city to their lord, their expressions a mixture of triumph and solemnity. They had all gathered, his council, his weapons, his family. The board was clear, as Kai had said. The first move of the new game was his. Looking out over the broken city, under the gaze of a world that would never be the same. Izuku felt the crushing weight of godhood settle upon his shoulders, heavier and colder than he had ever imagined. The adventure was over. The reign had begun. Chapter 7. Wrist and Skuld. The air within Yggdrasil's branch carried a scent unlike any other place on Earth. It was a complex symphony of old-growth wood, fresh ozone from Gondal's runic arrays, the metallic tang of Skegjold's whetstone, and the faint, sweet perfume of the otherworldly flora Ire cultivated in her infirmary. In the week following the cataclysm at Kamino Ward, this scent had become synonymous with home for Izuku Midoriya. It was the smell of a sanctuary built not of steel and concrete, but of divine will and a desperate need for stability in a world that had lost its axis. The retirement of All Might had left a wound in the heart of society, a gaping void that villains and fear were rushing to fill. The revelation of warring divine reincarnations had poured salt into that wound, transforming public anxiety into a palpable, existential dread. Izuku sat in the central chamber, a vast, open-plan space where the living heartwood of the branch itself formed the pillars and arching ceiling. Light filtered down from a crystalline skylight that wasn't glass, but a solidified concept of daylight, ensuring the interior was always bathed in a soft, warm glow. He was tracing a complex rune of observation onto a slate tablet, a practice that helped him center his thoughts, entangling the frantic energy of a teenage boy from the vast, glacial memories of an ancient king. The memo. Rise of Odin were no longer fragmented flashes but a flowing river, a parallel consciousness that offered wisdom and context, yet threatened to erode the bedrock of who he was. Izuku Midoriya, the boy who had dreamed of being a hero. Across the room, the Valkyries moved with the casual purpose of a family settling into a new home. Brynhildr, ever the sentinel, stood near the main entryway, her silver armor gleaming. Her posture was relaxed, yet her eyes, the color of a winter sky, missed nothing. She was the anchor of their new reality, her unwavering faith in him the first stone laid in this fortress. Gondal was cross-legged on a plush sofa, a holographic map of global energy signatures floating above her cupped hands. She was their spymaster and strategist, her mind a fortress of contingencies and tactical webs. Thrud was in the training yard, the rhythmic, earth-shaking thuds of her striking a hardened light construct echoing through the branch. She was restless, a thunderhead deprived of a storm. Locke and Herja were engaged in a spirited, high-speed game of tag across the upper rafters, their laughter a sharp, joyful counterpoint to the chamber's solemnity. Skegjold sat by the hearth, the fireplace a tamed nexus of elemental fire, meticulously sharpening her massive bearded axe, the rasp of steel on stone a meditative hum. Mist was tending to a garden of ethereal plants that shimmered like captured moonlight, her quiet presence a balm against deception. Garulul was conducting a patrol of the branch's perimeter, a silent, deadly shadow ensuring their sanctuary remained inviolate. And Ire, the gentle heart of their cohort, was organizing her stores of divine herbs and salves, her every movement an act of quiet grace. You were troubled, All-Father, Brynhildr's voice cut through his concentration. Soft yet resonant, she had moved to stand beside his chair without making a sound. Izuku let out a sigh, the rune on his slate dissolving into dust. It's Kai, Loki, he declared himself. He laid out his philosophy for the entire world to see. But it wasn't a declaration of war. It was an invitation to chaos. He looked up at her, his green eyes swirling with an ancient light. Odin fought him for centuries. He tried to contain him, to reason with him, to bind him. Nothing worked. Loki doesn't want to rule, Brynhildr. He wants to burn the rulebook and dance in the ashes. He sees order, any order, as a cage. Then we shall build a cage of our own and put him in it, Thrud declared, striding into the room, wiping sweat from her brow with the back of her hand. Her physical presence was immense, radiating power and simple, brutal confidence. Let him test his chaos against my fists. Gondal looked up from her map, her silver eyes narrowed in thought. Brute force is what he anticipates. Thrud, Loki is a trickster. He turns strength against itself. He laid his pieces on the board at Camino. All might against all for one was the old world devouring itself. His confrontation with Izuku was the opening move of the new game. He's testing our All-Father's response, waiting to see if he will be the benevolent protector or the wrathful king. He will be what he must be, Brynhildr stated, her hand instinctively resting on the pommel of her sword. Her loyalty was a physical force, a shield around him. Izuku appreciated their faith, but the weight of it was immense. Loki isn't my only concern, he said, his voice low. He gestured to Gondal's map. The governments of the world. The Hero Public Safety Commission. They saw what happened. They know a power now exists that they cannot regulate, cannot control, and cannot defeat. They fear me as much as they fear him. And fear makes people do desperate, foolish things. As if on cue, an alarm, soft as a whisper yet impossible to ignore, chimed through the branch. It wasn't a klaxon but a psychic thrum of warning. Gondal's holographic map flickered, a single, angry red note appearing just outside the conventional space their fortress occupied. A spatial anomaly, Gondal announced, her calm voice laced with steel. High-energy signature. Not a quirk, not divine. It's manufactured. She's tearing a hole through the dimensional veil. The domestic peace shattered. In an instant, every Valkyrie was on her feet, armed and armored, forming a protective circle around Izuku. The very air in the chamber grew thick with pressure, the scent of ozone now sharp and aggressive. The heartwood pillars of the branch began to glow with a soft, green light as its defensive runes activated. What is it? Izuku asked, rising to his feet, the spectral form of Gingnir already materializing in his hand. It's a weapon, Brynhildr growled, her eyes fixed on the point where the intrusion would manifest. Designed by mortals to kill a god. Deep in the obsidian and chrome command center of the Hero Public Safety Commission's most secret bunker, the president watched the main screen with eyes devoid of emotion. The men and women around her, the greatest strategic minds in Japan, were stone-faced, their knuckles white. They were crossing a line from which there was no return. The retirement of All Might had been a strategic catastrophe, but the emergence of Midoriya, of Odin, was an extinction-level event for their authority. He answered to no law, no government. He was a unilateral power whose whims could rewrite nations. In their cold, pragmatic calculus, he was a threat that had to be neutralized. The deicide program is active, an operator announced, his voice tight. Project Ragnarok is breaching the target's pocket dimension. Energy readings are stable. The president stared at the tactical display, which showed a screaming vortex of data representing the weapon's entry point. She remembered the debate, the sheer horror on the faces of the more idealistic members when the plan was proposed. They had taken the broken body and mind of Kai Chisaki, the villain overhaul, from the deepest pits of Tartarus. They had stripped him of his name, his identity, his very memories of self. Using technology reverse-engineered from captured Nomu and schematics provided by a terrified drive. Garaki in exchange for leniency, they had rebuilt him. His arms were replaced with complex cybernetics that channeled his quirk in a new, terrifying way. His brain was a nest of wires and control modules. His consciousness rewritten with a single, overriding directive. His quirk, overhaul, allowed him to disassemble and reassemble matter at will. But they had pushed it further. They had amplified it, weaponized it, and focused it through technology that warped the very laws of physics. Now, he didn't just manipulate matter. He could target the concept of a thing. He could deconstruct the idea of an object, a person, an existence, and erase it from reality. It was a power designed to unmake the divine. They called him Ragnarok, a message, and a prayer. He is through, the operator said. On the screen, a new feed appeared. A camera drone, shielded against the conceptual feedback, relayed the first images from within Yggdrasil's branch. A figure stood in the center of a swirling vortex of nothingness. It was vaguely humanoid, but its form was a nightmarish fusion of pale, scarred flesh, gleaming chrome, and pulsing red energy lines. Its face was hidden behind a beak-like plague mask, redesigned into a cold, metallic ventilator. Where its arms had been were now complex emitters, humming with a power that made the camera feed distort. This was not Kai Chisaki. This was a living weapon. A shell animated by pure, directed purpose. Target identified. Ragnarok's voice echoed in the command center, a synthesized, toneless sound that held no trace of humanity. Divine presence confirmed. Commencing sanitation protocol. The world must be cleansed of the sickness of gods. Miles away, hidden in a lavish penthouse overlooking the city, Kai watched the same scene unfold on a stolen HPSC feed projected onto his wall. A glass of expensive wine swirled in his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. "Oh, you clever, terrified little monkeys," he chuckled to himself, the sound a low purr of amusement. "You took a broken toy, wound it up, and aimed it at a king. You think you're in control." He took a sip of wine, his eyes glinting with malicious glee. The HPSC believed this was their last resort. Their desperate gambit to restore order. They couldn't be more wrong. This wasn't order. This was chaos of the highest caliber. They had unleashed a conceptual plague into a divine sanctuary. They were forcing Odin's hand. Whatever the outcome, the world would be irrevocably broken. The status quo would be shattered, And from that wreckage, he, Loki, would weave a masterpiece of beautiful, glorious anarchy. Show me, Izuku, he whispered to the screen, his smile widening. Show me the All-Father. Show me the rage of a cornered god. Let the world see what happens when their precious order turns on you. Let's get this party started. Back in the branch, the intrusion was not an explosion but an insidious cancer. A perfect circle of the ornate floor, 20 feet in diameter, simply vanished. It didn't crumble or turn to dust. The space it had occupied was now a void, a patch of pure nothingness that didn't even reflect light. The air around it warped, and a figure stepped out of the non-space. The Valkyries stared, a collective intake of breath. The creature before them radiated an aura of profound wrongness. It felt like a tear in the tapestry of the world, a walking paradox. Identify yourself, Brynhildr commanded, her sword leveled, its tip glowing with a faint golden light. The cyborg's head tilted, its glowing red optics scanning the assembly. Designation: Ragnarok. Mission: the eradication of divine entities. Its arm lifted, the emitter humming to life. Target 1. Fortress Construct, Yggdrasil's branch. Concept: Sanctuary. Deconstructing. He didn't fire a beam or launch a projectile. He simply gestured, and a wave of invisible force washed over the chamber. The great heartwood pillar nearest to him began to flicker. Its texture wavered, its solidity becoming a suggestion rather than a fact. The runes carved into its surface sputtered and died as the very idea of shelter and warding was unmade. No, Gondal cried out, pouring her own energy into the branch's defensive matrix. The pillar stabilized, but a visible strain showed on her face. It's attacking the very concept of this place. It's not destroying it, it's convincing reality that it shouldn't exist. Thrud roared in frustration and charged. Enough of this cheap magic. She moved like a thunderbolt, her fist cocked back, crackling with raw physical power that could level a mountain. She was the daughter of Thor. Her strength was absolute. Her punch should have atomized the cyborg. Instead, her fist passed right through its chest as if it were a hologram. But it wasn't. For a split second, the concept of Thrud's solidity had been negated where it intersected with Ragnarok's body. She stumbled, off balance and bewildered. Physical force is irrelevant, Ragnarok stated tonelessly. It turned its attention to her. Target 2. Valkyrie entity. Concept: Strength. Deconstructing. Before anyone could react, it touched Thrud's shoulder. There was no impact, no energy discharge, but Thrud screamed, a sound of pure agony and confusion. She staggered back, clutching her arm. The limb was still there, physically whole, but it hung limp at her side, useless. The divine power that suffused it, the very essence of her godly might, had been temporarily erased. It nullified her power. Ire gasped, her eyes wide with a healer's horror. This was a wound she could not mend. The sheer, overwhelming force of the attack, the direct assault on the fundamental reality of their home, created a resonance in the cosmos. It was a shockwave, on a plane of existence mortals could not perceive. The branch was a manifestation of Odin's will, a nascent Asgard. To threaten its existence was to strike a chord that echoed through the 9 realms. That slumbered in the world's subconscious. That chord was answered by a tremor. It began as a low hum, a vibration in the very bones of the branch. The ground beneath their feet shook, not from an earthquake, but as if reality itself were shuddering in protest. The air grew heavy, dense, charged with a furious, terrestrial energy. A new presence was arriving, not tearing through space like Ragnarok, but rising up from the conceptual bedrock of the world. A fissure of jagged, golden energy split the air behind Ragnarok. It wasn't a portal, it was a wound in the sky, from which poured a raw, untamed power. Out of it stepped a Valkyrie Izuku had never seen. She was tall and powerfully built, her frame even more imposing than Thrud's. Her hair was a wild mane of obsidian black, and her eyes burned with the fury of a volcano. She wore brutal, tectonic plates of black and magma-red armor. In one hand, she gripped a colossal warhammer that seemed to absorb the light around it. "You," she snarled, her voice a low growl that caused the very stones to vibrate, "dare to unmake the All-Father's Hall." Ragnarok's head snapped around to face the newcomer. New divine entity detected. Designation: Unknown. The Valkyrie stamped her foot, and the entire branch shook violently, throwing Ragnarok off balance. I am Rist, the Quaker, the Shaker, and you are a sacrilegious stain upon this sacred ground. She moved, and it was not the graceful charge of a warrior but the inexorable advance of an avalanche. She swung her warhammer, and it didn't just move through the air, it dragged reality with it. Ragnarok raised its arm to conceptually erase the attack, but Rist's power was too primal, too fundamental. It wasn't a concept like strength, it was the raw, physical law of impact and force, made manifest. The hammer connected with the null space around Ragnarok. The result was not an explosion, but a deafening crack as two opposing absolutes met. The conceptual erasure field shattered, and the hammer smashed into the cyborg's chest, sending it flying across the chamber to crash into the far wall with enough force to buckle the divine wood. For the first time, the impassive machine showed a reaction. Its red optics flickered, damage sustained, reality anchor compromised, adapting. Rist stood panting, the ground around her feet fractured. Her power is pure physical consequence. Gondal breathed in awe. She doesn't just hit things, she imposes the concept of being hit upon them. She's the perfect counter. Izuku watched, Gingnir held tight in his hand. He could feel the connection to Rist snap into place, another golden thread weaving into the tapestry of his soul. She was fury and power, the embodiment of earth-shattering might. But even as he felt a surge of hope, he saw Ragnarok stir. The dent in its chest flowed like liquid metal, repairing itself. Ragnarok rose, its emitters glowing more intensely. Tactical adjustment. Direct conceptua. Assault on biological entities is more efficient. It moved with unnatural speed, its target not the formidable Rist, but one of the twins. It appeared before Locke in a flicker of distorted space. Before anyone could intervene, its hand shot out and touched her arm. Locke, Herja screamed. Locke cried out, a sharp, terrified sound. She wasn't thrown back or wounded. Instead, her arm began to fade. It became translucent, the vibrant colors of her armor turning pale and ghostly. It wasn't just becoming invisible, it was ceasing to be. The memories associated with it, the feeling of its presence, the very fact of its existence was being meticulously unraveled. It is erasing her. Brynhildr roared, charging forward, her sword a blade of pure retribution. But Ragnarok was already moving, its cold logic calculating the most efficient way to demoralize and destroy them. It was targeting the concept of their sisterhood, their bond. As it prepared to touch Herja next, its power delving deeper than mere matter and energy. It did something its creators could never have anticipated. By attempting to erase a Valkyrie, a chooser of the slain, a weaver of the glorious dead, a being intrinsically tied to the flow of life, death, and destiny, it was not just pulling at a thread in the tapestry of reality. It was yanking on the loom itself. And the loom pulled back. The flow of time in the chamber suddenly thickened, slowing to a crawl. The roar of Rist, the scream of Herja, the hum of Ragnarok's weapon, all of it stretched into a low, distorted drone. A profound, absolute silence fell over the world. A quiet so deep it felt like the moment before creation. The light in the room dimmed, not into darkness, but into a uniform, shadowless gray. Every person in the room, Izuku, his Valkyries, even the machine mind of Ragnarok, felt an overwhelming sensation of being observed. Not by eyes, but by the gaze of causality itself. A new figure stood between Ragnarok and Herja. Her arrival had made no sound. No flash of light, no tremor. One moment, she was not there, the next, she was. She was slender and ageless, dressed in simple, elegant robes of midnight blue that seemed woven from the night sky, dotted with distant, cold stars. Her hair was the color of spun moonlight, and her eyes held the wisdom of ages and the chilling emptiness of the abyss. They did not see people or objects. They saw the shimmering, golden threads of fate that connected everything, the past, present, and future, all at once. In her hand, she held a simple pair of silver shears. She looked at Ragnarok, and for the first time, the emotionless machine recoiled. It saw what she was seeing. The corrupted, artificial thread of its own destiny, a puppet string leading back to the HPSC. You tamper with the weave, the newcomer said. Her voice was a chorus of whispers, the rustle of autumn leaves and the final breath of a dying star. A mortal folly, a thread that is not meant to be can be cut. Who? What are you? Izuku breathed, feeling a connection to her that was different from the others. It was deeper, more fundamental, laced with a terrifying awe. This was not just a warrior. This was a law of nature given form. She turned her ancient eyes to him, and for a fleeting moment, he saw himself not as Izuku or Odin, but as a nexus of countless future possibilities, a brilliant sun in the great tapestry. I am Skuld. What is to be? I am a Norn, and I am a Valkyrie. And this abomination offends the loom. She raised her shears. She did not aim for Ragnarok's body, but for something only she could see. The golden thread of power that connected its emitters to its quirk, the very concept of its erasure ability. Snip. The sound was infinitesimally small, yet it echoed in the soul of everyone present. Ragnarok froze. The humming from its arms died. The half-erased arm of Locke flickered and then solidified, the color and substance rushing back into it as reality reasserted itself. The cyborg patted its own chest, its head tilting in mechanical confusion. Its weapon was gone, not physically broken, but its conceptual link to its power source had been severed. Power source disconnected, its synthesized voice stated, a hint of something like panic creeping into its modulation. Mission parameters compromised, unable to. Skuld's arrival, her very nature, had given Izuku the final piece of the puzzle. He saw it now, with Odin's sight. He couldn't overpower Ragnarok's ability. Wrist could stall it, but Skuld had shown him the truth. The power wasn't the machine's. It belonged to the broken man inside. And a man, unlike a concept, could be deconstructed with words. That's enough, Izuku said, his voice calm but ringing with the authority of the All-Father. He stepped forward, past his protective Valkyries, Gingnir vanishing from his hand. He stood before the confused cyborg, his gaze piercing through the metal and circuitry. I see you, Kai Chisaki. The cyborg flinched, a violent, full-body tremor. Designation is Ragnarok. Identity is a weapon. No, Izuku said, his voice softening, filled with a pity that was more devastating than any attack. He pushed his own divine senses forward, not as a weapon, but as an offering of clarity, forcing the man within the machine to see what he saw. You are Kai Chisaki. You were the young master of the Shi-Hasaikai. You loved your boss. You wanted to repay his kindness. You wanted to restore the honor of the Yakuza, to cure the world of the sickness of quirks that you believed had made them obsolete. Quote, images, memories, and feelings flooded the cyborg's neural network. A kind old man placing a hand on a young boy's head. The smell of his office. The weight of his ideals. Your methods were monstrous, Izuku continued, his voice relentless but not cruel. You tortured a little girl. You twisted your ideals into an obsession with purity that was nothing but a manifestation of your own self-loathing. But they were your ideals. Your purpose. He pointed a finger at the chrome shell. Look at what you are now. A puppet. A tool forged by the very society, the government, you despised. You hated quirks, yet your own has been twisted and amplified into this monstrosity. You prized purity, but you are a grotesque hybrid of flesh and machine, filthy in your own eyes. You swore loyalty to one man, and you have become the slave of a committee. They didn't just take your arms, Kai. They took your soul. No. No. The voice coming from the machine was no longer synthesized. It was the raw, agonized scream of Kai Chisaki, a sound of a man being forced to gaze into the abyss of his own failure. I had to, for the boss, to restore. You were restoring nothing, Izuku said, his voice the final, crushing weight. You are a tool, a means to an end. When you are done, or when you are broken, they will discard you. Your boss would be ashamed of what you've allowed yourself to become. You have failed him in every conceivable way. That was the final blow. The concept of his failure, the utter betrayal of his own twisted code of honor, was a pawn more potent than any conceptual erasure. The light in Ragnarok's optics flickered wildly and then died. The advanced cybernetics whined and powered down. The imposing figure crumpled to the ground, smoke rising from its joints. Landing with the dead weight of scrap metal. From within the helmet came the sound of heartbroken, hysterical sobbing. The weapon was broken. The man was shattered. Silence that followed was heavy and profound. The Valkyries looked from the inert cyborg to Izuku, their expressions a mixture of relief, shock, and awe. He hadn't won with a god's power. He had won with a god's wisdom. Izuku turned away from the fallen machine, his face set like stone. His eyes glowed with a cold, white light. He looked at Gondal. The HPSC. They're watching, aren't they? Gondal nodded, her face grim. Through a shielded drone. They saw everything. Good, Izuku said. He closed his eyes, and the power of Yggdrasil's branch answered his call. It was a nexus of energy, a conduit to the world. He reached out with his will, not just to the drone, but through it, hijacking its signal, amplifying it, and forcing it onto every screen, every speaker, every broadcast device on the planet. In the HPSC command center, the president's face went white as Izuku suddenly stared out from her main screen, his eyes seemingly looking directly at her. In Times Square, on the screens of smartphones in London, on televisions in rural Africa, his image appeared, silencing all other broadcasts. His voice boomed across the globe, imbued with a divine resonance that commanded absolute attention. People of the world, for weeks, you have wondered what I am. You have feared what I might become. Your governments and heroes have treated me as a problem to be solved, a weapon to be controlled. Today, the leaders of Japan sent a weapon to my home to unmake me and my family. He gestured dismissively at the heap of metal on the floor. It failed. Now, there will be no more questions. No more debate. I will give you the truth. I am Izuku Midoriya. I am Odin, and I am this world's guardian. Not its ruler, not its hero, its guardian. His expression hardened, the ancient king looking out from the boy's eyes. My purpose is to maintain balance. To protect this world from the chaos of a rogue god, from the greed of men like All for One, and from the arrogant folly of those who believe they can legislate existence. Today, your leaders threatened that balance. They crossed a line. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle on a terrified planet. This is my first and only ultimatum. I am a sovereign power, beholden to none. I will act as I see fit to protect the innocent and preserve the equilibrium of this world. Any who challenge me, be they villain, hero, god, or government, any who threaten the balance I now keep, will be unmade. This is not a threat. It is the new shape of reality. It is a promise. The broadcast cut out. In his penthouse, Kai watched the blank screen, a slow, genuine smile spreading across his face. He had wanted chaos. He had wanted to shatter the old world. And Izuku had just taken a hammer to its foundations with a single speech. It was more than he could have hoped for. But then, his smile faltered. He replayed the moment of Skuld's arrival in his mind. The way time had bent. The way she had simply cut his enemy's power. His own abilities were a manipulation of fate, of probability, weaving threads of chaos to achieve his goals. He was a master weaver. But Izuku now had a Norn on his side. Someone who could see the threads. And who carried a pair of shears. Well now, Loki whispered to the empty room, a flicker of genuine concern in his eyes for the first time. That does complicate things. Back in Yggdrasil's branch, the tension finally broke. Ire rushed to Locke, checking her over, while Herja hugged her twin tightly. Thrud flexed her arm, feeling the divine might slowly seep back into it. Rist gave the fallen Ragnarok a final, disgusted kick before resting her massive hammer on her shoulder, giving Izuku a nod of fierce approval. Skuld stood apart, her gaze distant, as if watching consequences of the day's events ripple across the future. The Valkyries gathered around Izuku. He was their all-father, their leader, their charge. He had faced down a weapon designed to kill him, and turned his victory into a declaration that had put the entire world on notice. He looked at their faces, fierce, loyal, his family, and felt the crushing weight of the new era he had just single-handedly ushered in. The adventure was no longer beginning. It was here, and the world would never be the same. Chapter 8. Valhalla's Gate. The message arrived not through encrypted channels or by a shadowy government envoy, but on the wind itself. It was a whisper of power, a summons woven with the authority of every major nation on Earth, carried on the currents of human intent and broadcast with such force that it resonated against the protective runes of Yggdrasil's branch like a persistent, drumming heartbeat. It was an invitation to a global summit, to be held at a neutral location designated Aegis Station. A marvel of engineering floating in the stratosphere above the Pacific. It was a call for dialogue, A plea for understanding, a promise of a new era of cooperation between the old world of mortals and the new divine power that had so violently announced its presence. And it was, to every single one of the 12 Valkyries now gathered in the heartwood chamber of the branch, the most obvious trap they had ever seen. They seek to chain you, All-Father, Brynhildr stated, her voice a low, dangerous growl. Her silver armor seemed to drink the light of the chamber, her hand resting on the pommel of her sheathed blade. She stood like a sentinel beside Izuku's seat at the head of the great oaken table, her loyalty and almost physical presence in the room. They will use words of peace to lure you into a cage of their own making. Across the table, Thrud slammed a gauntleted fist down, the sound echoing like a thunderclap. The table, grown from the very essence of the branch and infused with Ire's life-giving energy, did not even tremble. Let them try. We will give them a war they will tell stories of for 1,000 years. The station they hide in will be their tomb. Brute force is not the answer here, sister, Gondal countered, her fingers steepled before her. Runic projections flickered in the air around her, displaying tactical layouts of the Aegis station, threat assessments, and probability matrices that shifted and changed with every passing second. The trap is not merely physical. It is political. They mean to paint you as a tyrant, my lord, by forcing your hand. If you refuse, you are an isolationist threat. If you attend and they spring their trap, they will broadcast your violent response as proof of your danger. The boisterous lot, of Locke and Herja filled a momentary silence. Sounds like a glorious battle either way. Locke cheered, sharpening a dagger on her armored thigh. A chance to test their finest weapons against our steel. Herja added, her eyes gleaming with manic delight. It was a new voice, calm and measured as a placid lake, that cut through the war council's escalating fervor. Their fear is a powerful weapon, the voice said, drawing all eyes to the Valkyrie who had, until now, remained a silent observer. She was tall and poised, her armor more ceremonial than the others, etched with intricate patterns that spoke of treaties and lineage. Her hair was a cascade of pure white, and her eyes held an ancient, diplomatic patience. This was Reginleaf, the daughter of power, the counselor and arbiter among her sisters. It compels them to act foolishly, but we must not respond in kind. To do so would be to cede the moral high ground, a battlefield we cannot afford to lose. Izuku listened to them all, the voices of his shield maidens. His family, the boy who once trembled before Bakugo was gone, replaced by a presence that held the quiet gravity of a star. Odin's memories were no longer fragile, ended shards but a near-complete tapestry, and with them came a clarity that was both a burden and a blessing. He saw the threads of fate Skuld so often spoke of, and he could see the intricate knot he world's leaders were trying to tie around him. They are all correct, Izuku said, his voice holding a quiet authority that commanded immediate silence. He looked around the table, his gaze lingering on each of his loyal companions. Brynhildr, his first, his shield. Gondal, his mind. Locke and Herja, his joy in battle. Thrud, his might. Ire, his heart, who stood near the far wall, her gentle presence a soothing balm. Garolul, his adaptable spear. Mist, his truth, and Skegjold, his fury. Wrist, his unshakable foundation, and Skuld, his certainty of fate. And now Reginleaf, his voice of reason. All were here. The circle was nearly complete. He could feel the final two, Kara and Sigrun, stirring in the ether, their arrival imminent, waiting only for a catalyst of sufficient magnitude. This summit, he knew, would be that catalyst. It is a trap, he confirmed, nodding to Brynhildr. They will try to contain, control, or eliminate me. They have allied with the shadow that calls himself All for One. He has promised them a cage that can hold a god, and in their terror, they have accepted this devil's bargain. A wave of fury washed through the room. The name of the man turned Mon. Stir who had orchestrated the Camino incident was a curse. And we must not respond with simple destruction, Izuku continued, his gaze shifting to Reginleaf, who gave a slight, affirming nod. Because this is not a battle for supremacy. It is a battle for the soul of this new era. We cannot shepherd a world that sees us only as conquerors. He stood, walking to the center of the room where a shimmering well of light, a direct conduit to the heart of the branch, pulsed gently. Which is why we will spring their trap on our own terms. Gondal, you were right. They expect a violent response. They have made a critical error in their calculations. They have forgotten about our dear trickster. Gondal's eyes widened slightly. Kai, Loki, you believe he will use this opportunity to strike here. He is a creature of chaos and opportunity, Izuku stated, his voice devoid of malice, filled only with a deep, weary understanding. With the world's attention focused on me, and with our most powerful warriors at my side, he will see the branch as a ripe fruit, ready for the plucking. He will believe it to be undefended. He will come to sow his chaos, to mock my attempt at order. Thrud looked confused. Then we should stay, all of us, and crush him when he arrives. No, Skuld said softly, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. Her eyes, which saw the past, present, and future as one, were fixed on Izuku. The All-Father is severing two threads with one blade. It is the only path. Izuku smiled, a faint, sad expression that held the weight of ages. We will divide our forces. I will attend the summit. Brynhildr, Thrud, Rist, Gondal, and Skuld, you will accompany me. Your combined presence represents our authority, our might, our unshakable nature, our strategy, and our mastery over fate. You will be the face of our new reality. He then turned his gaze to the others. Reginleaf, you will command the defense of the branch. You will be joined by Locke, Herja, Ire, Garolul, Mist, and Skegjold. You represent our reason, our battle joy, our life, our versatility, our truth, and our rage. You will not face Loki with the intent to destroy him. Reginleaf stepped forward. What are your orders, my lord? You will entertain him, Izuku said, a glint of the old Odin, the cunning schemer, in his eyes. You will counter his every trick, answer his every gambit. You will show him that our order is not the stagnant cage he perceives it to be, but a living, breathing, and unassailable fortress. You will corner him, and then, you will offer him a choice. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. Show him that there is a place for a god of chaos in a world of balance. Show him that a lockpick has a purpose, but not when it is used to tear the entire house down. The rest is up to him. The plan was set. A two-front war, one fought in the stratosphere for the world to see, the other fought in secret for the soul of a wayward god. As the Valkyries prepared, a final surge of cosmic energy pulsed through the branch. Two new lights blazed into existence in the chamber, coalescing into two final, magnificent forms. Kara, the wild and stormy one, a master of elemental forces. And Sigrun, the victory rune, a quiet, intense figure whose presence seemed to sharpen the very will to fight in all of them. The 13 were assembled. The Einherjar had been chosen. Valhalla's gate was about to open, not as an entrance to the afterlife, but as a doorway to a new age on Earth. Aegis Station was a monument to mankind's hubris and fear. It hung in the blackness of near space. A gleaming silver disk 20 kilometers in diameter, bristling with enough conventional and experimental weaponry to sterilize a continent. Inside, the summit chamber was a sterile, white amphitheater designed to be both awe-inspiring and intimidating. The leaders of the G7 nations, along with representatives from Russia, China, and the newly formed Pan-African Hero Coalition, sat behind reinforced desks, their faces grim masks of diplomacy. When Izuku arrived, it was not via a shuttle or transport. A Bifrost, a shimmering, localized rainbow bridge, materializ. Ed in the center of the chamber with a sound like tearing reality. Izuku stepped out first, clad not in a suit, but in simple, dark green robes that seemed to absorb the harsh lighting of the room. Gingnir was held loosely in one hand, its golden tip seeming to hum with latent power. Behind him, his 5 chosen Valkyries materialized, their divine presence instantly changing the atmosphere in the room from tense to suffocating. Thrud, massive and indomitable. Brynhildr, radiating a cold, deadly promise. Rist, whose feet seemed to be anchored to the very concept of gravity. Gondal, her eyes ready scanning and deconstructing every system in the station. And Skuld, whose unnerving gaze made the world leaders feel like pinned insects in a collection. You requested a dialogue, Izuku said, his voice echoing in the sudden, profound silence. I am here. The President of the United States, a man named Arthur Hayes with a face like carved granite, was the first to recover. On behalf of a united world, we thank you for coming. Midoriya, or should we say, Odin. The name was a test, a verbal jab to see how he would react. Izuku Midoriya is the name my mother gave me. Odin is the memory of who I was. You may use whichever you prefer, Izuku replied, his tone even. He and his Valkyries did not take the offered seats. They stood, a pantheon of gods descending into a den of mortals, making it clear who held the true power. The dialogue began, a carefully choreographed dance of lies and half-truths. The world leaders spoke of integration, of shared authority, of using Izuku's power to usher in a golden age of peace. They offered him control of a global hero network, resources beyond measure, a position of unparalleled influence. It was a gilded cage, and the bars were made of responsibility and bureaucracy. Izuku listened patiently, his expression unreadable. Beside him, Gondal fed him a silent stream of information, power fluctuations in the station's core, the activation of hidden kinetic dampeners, the rising heart rates of the soldiers concealed behind one-way mirrors. You offer me a crown, Izuku said finally, after the last leader had made their saccharine speech. But I have no desire to be a king. Your systems, your laws, your politics, they are games played by children in a sandbox. You seek to control what you do not understand, to put a leash on a primordial force. Your offers are meaningless. President Hayes's face hardened. The pleasantries were over. Then you leave us no choice. You are too powerful to remain an unchecked variable. We must insist that you submit to global oversight. For the safety of everyone. You speak of safety, Izuku said, his eyes finally flashing with a cold, ancient fire. Yet you made a pact with the very embodiment of tyranny to achieve it. On cue, a section of the floor slid away, and a figure rose on a platform from the depths of the station. He was no longer the man in the life support mask. All for One was clad in a new suit of armor. A nightmarish fusion of technology and biomechanics that pulsed with a malevolent purple energy. Wires and tubes snaked from his body into the very superstructure of the station. He was not just on the station, he was the station. Odin, the distorted voice of All for One boomed, amplified by the station's internal comms. A myth come to life. I have dreamed of this day. For centuries, I have collected and hoarded power, seeking to become a perfect symbol of control. And now, I will add the power of a god to my collection. The trap was sprung. A high frequency wave washed through the chamber, designed to disrupt quirks and, they hoped, divine energy. Heavy metallic shutters slammed down over the windows. Turrets descended from the ceiling, their barrels glowing. Simultaneously, a dozen of the world's top heroes, from America's Star and Stripe to China's Collective Man, teleported into the room, their expressions grim and determined. A fool's gambit, Brynhildr snarled. Drawing her sword, the blade sang as it left the scabbard, its divine edge utterly unaffected by the energy field. More lambs for the slaughter. Thrud bellowed, cracking her knuckles. A faint aura of lightning began to dance around her. The threads converged, Skuld whispered, a single, glowing golden thread wrapping around her finger. And they are about to snap. All for One laughed, a sound of grinding metal and arrogant satisfaction. Your power is impressive, but this station was built to contain a collapsing star. Its energy dampeners drain all but the most determined. My new quirk, Domain, allows me to control every function of this fortress as if it were my own body. Here, in my world, you are gnats, and I am the god. Gravity suddenly increased tenfold, forcing the unenhanced world leaders into their chairs with gasps of pain. The air shimmered as laser grids activated. Izuku simply raised Gingnur and tapped its base on the floor. The sound was not loud. It was a simple, resonant thump. But from that point of contact, a golden rune of absolute authority spread across the floor in a nanosecond, overriding every system, neutralizing every weapon, and dispelling the gravity field as if it were a parlor trick. The energy dampeners sputtered and died. The turrets went silent. All for One's confident laughter hitched in his throat. Your domain is a cage of metal and wire. Little king, Izuku said, his voice now imbued with the full, booming power of the All-Father. My domain is reality itself. Wrist stomped her foot. Entire 20-kilometer station lurched as if struck by a meteor. Alarms blared as its structural integrity was compromised in 1,000 places at once. Brynhildr, Thrud, keep our hosts entertained, Izuku commanded. Gondal, secure the world leaders. Their part in this is over. Skuld, be ready. All for one, you and I have an overdue conversation about the nature of power. He strode forward, ignoring the heroes who now charged him. Brynhildr and Thrud met them in a glorious crash of power. A hero made of living steel shattered against Thrud's fist. Brynhildr moved like a phantom, her aid disarming and disabling 3 speedsters before they could even perceive her attack. Izuku's focus was solely on the monster in the machine. As he walked, his eyes began to glow with the white-hot light of 1,000 dying suns. This was the Ginfaxi, the All-Sight. He wasn't looking at the man. He was looking at the sum total of his existence, the pathetic, grasping soul hidden beneath centuries of stolen power. You think this is about control, Izuku Odin said, his voice now echoing not in the chamber, but directly inside All for One's consciousness. You think power is something to be held, to be owned. You are a child hoarding shiny rocks on a beach, oblivious to the ocean that stretches to infinity. The All-Sight activated. Izuku did not attack All for One's body. He attacked his mind, his will, his very concept of self. He forced the villain's consciousness open, dragging him on a journey through the annals of cosmic time. He showed him the birth of the Milky Way in a silent, violent explosion of light and matter. He made him feel the eons it took for dust to coalesce into stars, for stars to live and die in fiery supernovae. He showed him Earth, a molten ball of rock, and made him experience the slow, agonizing crawl of single-celled life from the primordial ooze. He showed him the rise and fall of the dinosaurs, the ice ages that scoured the planet clean, the first flicker of human consciousness around a fire in a dark cave. He showed him empires rising to glory and crumbling to dust. Rome, Egypt, the Mongols, the British. He made All for One live through every single life. Feel every hope and every despair, of the countless billions who had come before. He showed him kings who controlled continents, who were now nothing but forgotten names on a crumbling stone. Then, he pulled him further out. He showed him the heat death of the universe, the final, silent entropy where all matter decays and all light is extinguished. He made All for One float in that absolute, eternal nothingness for an eternity, alone, insignificant consciousness in a dead cosmos. He showed him the utter, final meaninglessness of his quest for power in the face of true infinity. You seek to own it all. The All-Father's voice thundered in the silent void of his mind. But you cannot even own yourself. You are a parasite, a cancer. A walking tomb filled with the ghosts of those you have stolen from. Your grand ambition is nothing. Your legacy is a footnote in a story that has already ended. Back on Aegis Station, All for One's new body began to tremble. The purple light flickered and died. The intricate machinery began to spark and short-circuit as the will controlling it simply ceased. The man, the symbol, the great evil of Japan, slumped forward in his mechanical throne. A thin trickle of drool leaking from his ruined mouth. His eyes were wide and vacant, staring at cosmic horrors no mortal mind was ever meant to witness. His will had not just been broken, it had been deconstructed, unmade, and shown its own irrelevance. He was a hollow shell, the library of his stolen quirks now locked away behind a mind that had witnessed the end of everything. Izuku lowered his gaze, the light in his eyes fading. The battle was over. The heroes stood defeated and broken amidst the wreckage, staring in terror. The world leaders, now freed by Gondal, looked at him not as a man, but as a force of nature. The trap had been sprung, and it had snapped shut on its creators. While the fate of the old world was being decided in the stratosphere, a very different kind of war was being waged at Yggdrasil's branch. Kai, the reincarnated Loki, approached the sanctuary with a jaunty, confident stride. He saw the Bifrost tear open the sky far above, a clear sign that Izuku and his top lieutenants were gone. The fools. Odin was always so predictable, always meeting threats head-on, always leaving his back exposed. Time to redecorate, Kai chirped to himself, his eyes dancing with mischievous light. He wove a simple illusion, making himself appear as a lost deer to the sanctuary's outer perimeter sensors. As he expected, the initial runic wards dismissed him as a non-threat. He slipped through the first layer with ease. This was the problem with order, it relied on predictable patterns. Chaos was the key to unlocking any door. He reached the gray, tea forest that served as the branch's living wall. He smirked, preparing a spell to rot the trees from the inside out. He whispered a word of decay, a dissonant note in the symphony of life, and sent it pulsing into the nearest great oak. The spell didn't just fail, it was absorbed, and the tree seemed to pulse with an even more vibrant green. A gentle, feminine voice echoed through the leaves around him. Life is stronger than decay. Trickster. There is no poison that a healthy body cannot overcome. Ire. The healer. Of course. Kai frowned. Fine. He would bypass the forest. He wove a more complex illusion, bending light and sound around himself, effectively turning invisible. He moved like a ghost through the woods, but as he neared the central structure, the very ground beneath his feet seemed to shift. Roots snaked up to block his path, ravines opened where there was solid earth, and thorny vines descended from above. The branch itself is our shield, a new voice, firm and resolute, called out. Garolul, the spear charger, master of terrain. Growing irritated, Kai decided on a more direct approach. He dispelled his illusions and summoned his power, twisting reality around him. He turned a patch of ground into a swarm of venomous snakes, made the air shimmer with hallucinatory phantom warriors, and caused the sky to rain shimmering, razor-sharp shards of glass. Chaos given form. His answer came in the form of a twin-barreled roar of laughter. Locke and Herja burst from the trees, not to attack him, but to dive headfirst into his chaotic creations. They wrestled the phantom warriors, dodged the glass shards with acrobatic glee, and kicked the snakes around like footballs. Is this the best you've got? Locke yelled, punching a phantom so hard it dissipated. My sister tells better jokes. He's trying his best, Herja shouted back, using a snake as a whip to knock away a shower of glass. It's just not very good. This was wrong. They weren't fighting him. They were playing in his chaos. They were thriving in it. As he was distracted by the sheer absurdity of the battle-crazed twins, a heavy shape landed behind him. Skegjold, axe in hand, her eyes burning with cold, focused rage. She didn't attack. She just stood there, a promise of brutal, efficient violence. From the shadows, another figure emerged. Mist. Your illusions are clever, Loki, she said, her voice like a chilling fog. But they are built on a foundation of lies. And I am the truth that dispels all shadows. As she spoke, the phantom warriors flickered and vanished. The rain of glass became simple water. The snakes turned back into mundane earth. She wasn't countering his magic. She was unmaking it, revealing the mundane reality beneath. Kai was now cornered. The twins to his front, the berserker behind him. The healer and the terrain shaper controlling the battlefield, and the illusion breaker stripping him of his primary weapons. He had walked into a fortress far more complex than he had imagined. This wasn't a static wall, it was a living, adaptive immune system. Finally, Reginleaf stepped out from the main entrance of the branch. She projected no hostility, only a calm, unassailable authority. You came here seeking to shatter a cage, Kai, she said, her voice carrying across the clearing. But you have found a home instead. You see order and assume it is stagnation. You see rules and assume they are chains. You have misunderstood the All-Father's purpose. Kai scoffed, trying to regain his bravado. And what is his grand purpose? To turn the world into a perfectly boring, predictable clock. Where is the fun in that? Where is the freedom? The banks of a river are not a cage for the water, Reginleaf explained, taking a slow step forward. They give the river its direction, its power. Without them, the water is just a swamp, spreading thin and turning stagnant. That is your chaos, a pointless flood that nourishes nothing. The All-Father does not seek to stop the river from flowing. He seeks only to build the banks so that it might flow towards a purpose. Kai was silent, his mind reeling. He had come here expecting to fight a tyrant's rigid enforcers. Instead, he found philosophers and warriors who understood the nature of his own power better than he did. We are not your enemies, Loki, Reginleaf said, her voice softening. We are your family, your cleverness, your ability to see the cracks in any system, to challenge any assumption, these are not evil. They are necessary. A structure that cannot withstand a little shaking is not fit to stand. The All-Father needs a challenger. He needs someone to test his creations, to keep him honest. He needs a lockpick, not a wrecking ball. She stopped a few feet from him, the other Valkyries watching in silence. He offers you a place. Not as a servant, but as a partner. The loyal opposition. The sacred jester whose job it is to speak truth to power. A purpose for your chaos. This is your choice. Join us, and help us build a world that is both strong and flexible. Or continue your lonely game, and be forever on the outside, a ghost rattling chains that only you can see. The offer hung in the air, more devastating than any physical attack. It didn't challenge his power, it challenged his entire philosophy. He, the god of freedom, was being offered a place that wouldn't curb his nature but would give it meaning. He looked at the faces of the Valkyries, the joyful warriors, the calm healer, the furious berserker, the wise diplomat. This was a family, a loud, dangerous, and complicated family. With a bitter, frustrated laugh, Kai threw his hands up. You tell him his metaphor is terrible, he snapped, though the bite was gone from his voice. He then dissolved into a murder of crows, scattering into the wind, not defeated, but deeply, fundamentally shaken. He had not won, but he had not been destroyed. He had been understood, and for the god of lies, that was the most terrifying thing of all. The sun was setting, casting long shadows from the great trees of Yggdrasil's branch. Izuku stood on the highest balcony, overlooking the world below. L13 of his Valkyries were with him, their presence a silent symphony of power, loyalty, and love. From Aegis Station, he had not delivered a threat or a declaration of conquest. Gondal had hijacked every satellite, every broadcast, every screen on the planet. And Izuku had spoken to humanity. He explained that the old gods had returned not as rulers, but as wardens. He declared his purpose, to maintain the balance. He would not interfere in their politics, their wars, or their lives. But should any power, mortal or otherwise, a villain, a nation, or a corporation, threaten the fundamental stability of the world, he and his Valkyries would descend and remove that threat. Absolutely. The world was left in stunned silence. The hero system was obsolete. The power of nations was a polite fiction. All for one was a hollow shell in custody, his very will to power erased. The old order had not been conquered, it had simply been rendered irrelevant. Brynhildr came to stand beside him. The world is afraid, my lord. It is, Izuku agreed, his gaze distant. But it is a healthy fear. Not the fear of a tyrant, but the fear of a child who has finally understood that the universe is far larger and more dangerous than they ever imagined. Now, they can begin to grow. He looked at his companions. At Thrud, who was playfully arm wrestling with Herja and Locke. At Ire, who was tending to a small bird with a broken wing. At Skuld and Reginleaf, who were locked in a silent, intense game of Nephitophel. At all of them, his council, his partners, his family, the immense weight of Odin's memories felt a little lighter. Shared among them. He will be back, Brynhildr said, knowing he would understand she meant Loki. I know, Izuku replied, a small smile gracing his lips. And we will be ready for him. The game has just begun. The last rays of the sun painted the sky in hues of orange and purple. The world was quiet for the first time in a long time, holding its breath as it waited to see what this new, uncertain era would bring. From their perch on the branch of the world tree, the All-Father and his 13 Valkyries looked out at the dawn they had created, their great and terrible adventure finally, truly, beginning.